All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Responsible Tech University Summit. This is the first of its kind. So I hope everyone is in a good mood. That's what we started you off with some music so you could get out your dance moves, get out some energy. I am the founder and director of the nonprofit All Tech is Human. Our nonprofit is committed to building the responsible tech pipeline, making it more diverse, multidisciplinary, and aligned with the public interest. If you're wondering, well, why are we doing a Responsible Tech University Summit? Since our start in 2018, holding our first quote unquote ethical tech summit in Manhattan, we noticed that the most passionate audience was always college students, grad students, law students, PhD students. And oftentimes, they were looking for guidance around how can we get involved with this nascent movement to co-create a better tech future. We're seeing all these different disciplines pop up, like the first person we're going to bring up, Renee Cummings, an AI ethicist who's doing some groundbreaking work in the space. And they're wondering, well, how can I be the future Renee Cummings, right? How can I get some of these roles? We're seeing trust and safety and other areas around tech ethics and reducing the harms of technology, diversifying the tech pipeline, and ensuring that technology is aligned with the public interest. But oftentimes there's confusion around how we actually get involved. Where can we find roles? What are the fellowships? What are the internships? What are the entry level positions? If I want to go to school for this, where do I go to school? What do I go to school for? We're hearing that we want people who are cross sector and multidisciplinary. How do I make that happen? Right? So, a lot of what we do as an organization at All Tech is Human is we're trying to piece together this overall movement. So, if you're out there, like I know there's a lot of people who are saying, I wish there was an organization that brought people together from all different backgrounds, perspectives to collaborate, promote knowledge sharing, to effectively build a better tech future. That's what All Tech is Human is setting out to do. We have a multitude of resources that we've been creating that we love to have you take part in, because there are also opportunities like our working groups that produce some of these impactful reports that come out. We have one coming out in January focused on improving digital spaces. We also have a Responsible Tech University Ambassadors program that we just started that's now approaching about 60 universities, and we're looking to expand that. The idea is not only to disseminate information, but to learn from one another. And that's really the tone that I want to set today. This isn't about having people that are the sage on the stage. It's more apt to be the guide on the side. In other words, we're not just sharing information, we're trying to be more cohesive as a movement and learn from one another. I'm constantly learning from all of you, constantly getting emails and uh, other types of Zoom chats, way too many Zoom chats around what people are doing, the research projects, new programs that are popping up. There is a lot going on in this space. And that's why we have a fun activity that I'd love each of you to get involved with today. What we're doing is we have a live updating shared document. This document that each of you can participate in if you just request some editing access. It one shows you all the speakers and their full bios and their Twitter accounts, their websites, papers, things of that nature. But then also we have a part to say, you're here. What are you involved in? What are your ideas? This is what we want to hear from, because we're constantly, being this organization, we're constantly getting pinged about here's an opportunity, here's an event. What we're really trying to do a better job with is curating this information and making it easy for each of you to access, tap into, and then also participate in this as a constantly evolving space. So I know that shared document is going to be in the chat. In addition, some of the other resources that we have is if you're looking to continue this conversation after today, we have a large Slack group of over 2,000 members, always looking to have each of you be involved with that. We also have a newsletter that goes out twice a week, and then other opportunities to get involved. I do apologize about any background noise that I have. I'm sitting here in the hectic Midtown east of Manhattan, and there's always a little bit of construction going on. So I do apologize if you ever hear any background noise. But without farther ado, I think now is the time where we're going to bring on our first speaker. Probably familiar with Renee Cummings, as I mentioned, a AI ethicist and also a data activist in residence at the University of Virginia, who's done some pioneering work really in this space. We've had Renee involved in some of our earlier projects at All Tech is Human, such as our flagship resource, the Responsible Tech Guide. We recently turned the Responsible Tech Guide into a website that you can find if you go to responsibletechguide.com. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to bring up Renee, and then I'm going to exit the screen for a few minutes. But again, I really want to welcome each of you for being here. I know there's a lot going on right now in the world, so let's treat each other with kindness. I really appreciate you carving out the time to be here today. Let's have fun with this. There's a lot of things going on, right? It's not about perfection. It's about let's have fun with this. Let's collaborate. Let's share resources. So I'm going to bring up Renee. Hey, how's it going, Renee?
Hello, David. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So I am just going to jump off screen, and then you're going to have this all to yourself to tell each of everyone listening how you got involved in this space and some of the great work that you're doing.
Thank you very much, David. So good morning, everyone. And if you're anywhere else in the world, whatever the time is there, salutations and greetings. So I'm Renee Cummings. I am the first data activist in residence at the School of Data Science at the University of Virginia. I'm also a community scholar at Columbia University, and I'm also the co-director of the Public Interest Technology University Network at the University of Virginia. When I'm not doing all of that, I spend a lot of my time speaking and doing webinars and just having conversations with the amazing community that's interested in AI ethics and data activism. So I got involved in AI because I'm a criminologist and a criminal psychologist and a therapeutic jurisprudence specialist. I also have a background in terrorism studies. So it is my work in criminal justice that brought me into artificial intelligence. As a criminologist, I deal with everything that has to do with lawmaking, law breaking, and law enforcing. As a criminal psychologist, I like to say I spend a lot of time in the mind of perpetrators, looking at the background and foreground factors that really motivate someone to the commissioning of a crime or perpetrating violence. I spend a lot of time combining investigative psychology and forensic psychology with criminal profiling and police science. When it comes to therapeutic jurisprudence, my work in that area looks at ways in which we can always ensure the justice system is trauma-informed and we can ensure that the law has a therapeutic function. So it is my work in criminal justice, as I said, that led me to artificial intelligence. Because working in criminal justice, I spent a lot of time training police officers in intelligence-led policing, also known as predictive policing, looking at ways in which we can use data science to reduce crime and criminality and enhance public safety and quality of life. While doing that, I spent some time in the juvenile justice system looking at the ways in which we were doing sentencing. And of course, came upon the risk assessment tools that we were using to decide on sentences and to see who was going to get bail and who was not going to get bail, who was going to get a chance to get out of the system and who was going to have to stay in that system. And if many of you are familiar with that 2016 ProPublica report, you would understand the importance of sentencing and risk assessment tools and algorithmic decision-making systems that were being deployed in the criminal justice system. And these algorithmic tools with their zombie predictions really overestimating the risks of Black and brown defendants in the criminal justice system. So that is the work that brought me to AI, because I started to question these algorithmic decision-making systems and algorithms and the power that algorithms hold and the ways in which algorithms were redefining the criminal justice system and defining the ways in which we were administering justice. I got very concerned about the ways in which we were doing algorithms in the justice system. And that is what led me to this position as the first data activist in residence at the School of Data Science at the University of Virginia, because during my time there, I've been working on a public interest tech tool that looks at how we can score the amount of algorithmic force and digital force being used by the police. As someone who worked in homicide investigation and gun and gang violence prevention, I was also concerned about the ways in which we were doing community policing and wanted to design something that reimagined community policing and put the power back into the community. So this algorithmic force score, this digital force score tool that I'm working with two fantastic data scientists at the University of Virginia to design really looks at ways in which we could put the public back into policing and ways in which we can bring more accountability and transparency to things like police violence or death in police custody or the interactions between police and communities, and how we can bring communities into the conversation about surveillance technology or artificial intelligence and policing or predictive analytics and policing, and giving communities that opportunity to really have a say in how they want to be policed, or if they want to be policed, or what are the terms and conditions of the ways in which the police are able to use technology into that space. And I'm really committed to this whole concept of responsible tech and trustworthy AI. And that's where my work as an AI ethicist comes into spin. I don't only work in criminal justice, I work anywhere and everywhere an algorithm is being deployed, because I am really committed to bringing an ethical perspective to the ways in which we design, develop, and deploy algorithms. But just to give you a little background, I didn't start in tech, although I'm working in technology at the moment, in particular public interest technology and AI ethics, also lecturing at the University of Virginia in the online data science master's program. I began my career many moons ago as a journalist, and I worked as a print journalist for several years, and then I went into television journalism. And while working in television journalism, I actually became a sportscaster, and it's a secret that few people know, but now it's a secret that's out in the open. A sportscaster, and I did that for a while, and I did broadcasting for a while, and then I moved into public relations and government relations and litigation PR and crisis communications and risk management, and really working with organizations to protect their brand and to give them the kinds of contingency plans that were required to ensure that their brands stayed relevant and stayed stable. And if there was a need for rehabilitation of a brand, if there was some sort of litigation or some type of crisis, that I was there to steer the organization in the right direction. And all of that has come together for me now in the field of AI ethics, because when we think of AI ethics, we think of rights and we also think of risks. And many organizations are committed to a risk-based approach, which looks at ways in which we can flag the kinds of crises or look at the ways in which we need to mitigate risks across the AI life cycle. So I spend a lot of time speaking about AI risks and speaking about ways in which we need to communicate ethically about artificial intelligence and new and emerging technologies. And I also try to spend a lot of time with organizations, helping them develop a culture, an organizational culture that is ethical and one that is open to doing AI in the way it needs to be done. Very committed to issues such as accountability and transparency and explainability, still questioning whether or not we can have trustworthy AI if we don't understand in its deepest context the ways in which the black box works. So if there's not full explainability, how could we have a trustworthy technology? So lots of questions that I'm trying to solve. So when it comes to AI ethics and data activism, it's all about that interdisciplinary, cross-collaborative, cross-sector work that is needed. So I think my background, which is very diverse, and a lot of people call me the AI Jedi because so much of my work is situated within justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Of course, the first letter of each word creating the JEDI acronym. And algorithmic justice. I spend a lot of time speaking about algorithmic justice and ways in which we need to make algorithms fairer, and ways in which we need to understand bias and discrimination, and the ways in which data needs to be reimagined and redefined, and the ways in which we need to understand those long-term implications of data and society and technology and society, and whether, techno-solutionism is the only solution. And of course it is not, because what we are realizing is that we need to have these diverse perspectives and technology. So what we need are individuals who are coming from that cross-collaborative, multidisciplinary, multicultural background, who are really able to bring unique perspectives to the ways in which we are doing technology. So if it is you are wondering, well, hey, how do I get involved in AI ethics or data ethics? I always say to people, invite yourself to the party. It means that you have something to contribute. We all have something to contribute, because one of the biggest conversations at the moment in AI is how do we get communities involved in this conversation? And wherever you are, you represent a community. You represent several communities, because we are not just, a monolith. We are all so many parts, so many moving parts, so many exciting parts. And you represent several communities that we need to have in this conversation. So it is very important to have that interdisciplinary background. It's very important to understand that you have a say and you have a very powerful voice that needs to be heard, because not only are you a consumer of technology, you are a producer of knowledge. You produce data. It's your data that's being monetized at the moment. It's your data that could eventually be weaponized against you by the police, by the protective services, by national security and defense, or just by a company, an organization, a job. So it's so very important to understand the power and the privilege and the politics inherent in data, and how we are using data to build new and emerging technologies such as AI, and why it is we need all of you involved in the conversation. And beyond the conversation, we need you on the front line where the action is happening, where the technology is being designed and developed and deployed, and where the debates are happening on how are we supposed to do this ethically, and what are the things we need to pay attention to. Because I always say the big thing about AI for me is not what we know, but what we do not know. And how soon are we going to find out what we do not know? And are we going to be in a position at that time to really push back or pull back, or to right the wrong? So it's so important for all of us to be in this conversation. Now, for me, I am really committed to mentorship. So I spend a lot of time mentoring many individuals through the university system, persons not only interested just in AI ethics, but AI ethics in healthcare, in business, in hiring, in education, in substance abuse treatment, in criminal justice. There's just in childcare, in child protection, in welfare services. So there's just a plethora of moods and vibes and energies when it comes to the ways in which we need to do AI ethically. Also, I just want to say that, All Tech and Human is really an amazing organization. And it is because of David and David's mentorship, I believe that I got a really solid start because David gave me an opportunity, and I will never forget this. In his podcast, Funny as Tech. And when he interviewed me for that podcast, it really opened up a lot of doors for me. He gave me a voice that brought me more and more into that critical space where people were listening to me more and more and wanting to hear more of what I have to say. So mentorship is also very critical. And it's also good to be aligned to an organization like All Tech is Human that's doing things the right way and creating the right kind of spaces and the right kinds of opportunities and these kinds of platforms for conversations to happen. So I do have a very diverse history, a very diverse background. I'm very committed to the things that we need to do in new and emerging technologies. I'm very excited about the kind of work that we have ahead. I'm very passionate about AI. I'm very passionate about the ways in which AI can transform our lives and our society for the better. But I'm also very concerned because I know if left unchecked, algorithms can create a lot of havoc, and we may not have the time to pull back or to rewrite those wrongs. So I just want to say to you, welcome to this amazing event. It has been an opportunity like no other. Whenever I get a chance to speak to individuals who want to enter this field and to encourage individuals to enter, I also want to encourage you to understand the power that you hold in your voice and to know that you represent several communities and to know that you are required at this moment in time to ensure that we get technology right, to ensure that we get AI to a point where it is responsible and to a point where we can trust the kind of technology. We cannot do that alone. We have got to do that together. And at this moment, you are the future. As this technology moves into the future, we are all moving with it, or it is actually moving us forward, and we need you. We need all your voices. We need all hands on deck. So thank you very much.
We do need all hands on deck. So Renee, thank you so much too for sharing your powerful story, but also to the point about paying it forward, right? So a lot of us are getting heavily involved in this space, and there's so many other people that we can help hopefully share information or lift up when we have those chances, spread the mentorship. And that's something we'll be launching fully in 2022, our Responsible Tech Mentorship Program. Also, I don't have Disney Plus, but if you ever go on with the AI Jedi, that's definitely going to cause me to pick up a subscription. And also, I will say, when you mentioned invite yourself to the party, that's something that always stuck with me, how you said you weren't invited, you invited yourself. You have to kind of push through, and that's what you did in such a meaningful way. So thank you, Renee. I'm going to take you off screen.
Thank you, David. Take care, everyone. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Take care. All right, so now we'll just move on. We have Kansu Kansa, who's been on our live stream previously, actually right as the pandemic started, when we were talking about contact tracing. Remember contact tracing? Yes, I know the pandemic has gone on for quite a long time. So we're going to bring on Kansu, who's also the founder and director of the AI Ethics Lab, and then also just started this really exciting position in academia that Kansu will mention as well. So welcome to the live stream. I'm just going to jump off so you can have the stage to yourself.
Thank you, David. So I'm Cansu Canca, hard name to pronounce, so no blame to David on that. So yes, as David mentioned, I'm the founder and director of AI Ethics Lab, and I recently joined the Northeastern University as a research associate professor and the ethics lead of their newly established Institute for Experiential AI. So I assume everyone here is already, you know why responsible tech matters, why AI ethics matters. So I'm not gonna go deep into that. And this is the Responsible Tech University Summit. So I am gonna take you all the way back to the education, starting from the education. How did I get involved with AI ethics, and how the steps followed, one step followed the other one. So I'm a philosopher by training, meaning that I have my main area of focus have been applied ethics. I worked extensively in moral philosophy and political philosophy, and the specific topic that I worked on was ethics and health. So I looked into questions related to healthcare, well-being, health policy, and questions. Now we are in the pandemic, so you know a whole bunch of these questions. Resource allocation. How should we distribute the vaccines? Who should get the vaccine? How should the doctors prioritize who should get the treatment? What are the necessary components of clinical trials? Who should be in a clinical trial? All of these questions that we hear during the pandemic, that's what I was working on. The name bioethics. So I have been working on bioethics. My expertise was in bioethics. During the PhD, I did research at World Health Organization. I went to Harvard for research during my PhD dissertation. So I was at the medical school of public health, working on these questions. After PhD, I went back to Harvard, this time to law school, to do postdoctoral research, still on bioethics. And after that, I went to University of Hong Kong as a full-time faculty, teaching and researching questions related to public health, questions related to medical practice, and generally healthcare. So how do we end up in AI? Well, here's how it happened. As we talk about these health-related questions, we talk about the doctor's decisions, the physician's decisions. How should the health policy be structured? So hospitals' decisions, the Department of Health, the decision of the Department of Health, for example, and of course the everyday practice in the hospital. What we don't talk about is the health technology that is becoming more and more complex, and that is adding to the physician's everyday work in a very substantial manner. So when the doctor is getting an advice from a risk analysis tool about which patient to prioritize or which treatment to prioritize, that is an interesting and loaded question. But we, as the bioethics people, did not have any understanding or access to what is going on inside the technology. So we have no way of engaging with this technology. We just hear about it, learn about it, but in our ethics world, we don't work on it. That's how I got involved in the AI ethics, because I started digging into that issue. Then I realized that, well, this is actually getting really, really interesting. So I'm just going to put the health aside a little bit and start going deeper into the AI and the AI ethics. And my immediate thought was that, well, I'll go back to Cambridge, all the cutting edge research happens there. So I can just find a working group to join and do the AI ethics work. This was 2016. So big surprise, people were not working on this question. It was before Cambridge Analytica, before Compass. This was not a hot topic at all. I talked to everyone that I can find in academia, in the industry. I talked to all the names that come to your mind. I talked to them, the usual suspects. Nobody was interested. So I figured, okay, like this means the advice that I got was just continue on bioethics. Or if you're interested in practicing, working with the companies, maybe you should do consulting. I ignored all the advice that I got, and I went to the computer science department at Harvard, talked to two amazing professors and asked them, what do I need to know in AI? Because I know healthcare, I know public health. I took a ton of classes during my studies. I know my domain. I don't know AI. I don't know technology. So what should I know? So I got a good roadmap from them about what I should know and how much I should know, because I can also go do this. I can also overdo this. Like I can also try to know too much. So I got the general sense of what I should aim at, which is, by the way, so this is a question I got asked a lot. You need to be able to understand the technology. You need to be able to talk to those who are developing the technology. You need to be able to really understand when you should not need a translation as you are talking to the computer scientists or the technologists. That's the level. You don't need to be able to create the technology yourself, but you need to be able to understand it. So that's the advice I got. I spent more than 6 months just studying AI and then diving deep into AI ethics, and still no interest aside, I established AI Ethics Lab. What I thought was, back when I was at grad school, there was a great program called Ethics and Health at Harvard School of Public Health, where philosophers were doing amazing, robust philosophical work and were collaborating with World Health Organization, with governments, really answering questions, real life, demanding questions, sometimes urgent questions in disasters. So I wanted to create an initiative where I can put together good research and good practice so we can advise companies. So that's the AI Ethics Lab's background story. And as I worked on this, the Cambridge Analytica happened, Facebook scandals happened, Compass happened. Everybody needed to talk about AI ethics. I had materials by that time. I had papers. I designed workshops. I knew my area. I knew what I was talking about. And since I have the expertise in ethics, well, I could immediately apply this. We created toolboxes. You can go and check AI Ethics Lab's website. We created toolboxes to understand the AI ethics landscape. We created interactive workshops. We created a whole framework to integrate ethics into organizations' practice. And recently, finally, Northeastern University established the Institute for Experiential AI, really doing with the same mentality. We need robust research, and we need to be able to collaborate with the practitioners to make real impact. So that is what I'm doing at the Institute of Experiential AI. In all of this, I think there are 3 things that I really want to emphasize. So one is distinguish what is the object of your interest with the methodology that you want to follow. So what I mean is this: the object of your interest, assuming you're here, since you're here, is responsible tech, AI ethics. But that doesn't really answer how you're gonna do this. The methodology question, this is again a question that I get asked from students all the time, like, how should I do AI ethics? Well, what do you want to do about AI ethics? If you want to do ethics, if you're going to ask the question, solve the question of what is the right thing to do, what is the just policy to implement, you're going to do philosophy. You have to do the ethics question is in the philosophy. But that is just one part of the question. We need economists to help us understand what are the impact of different AI technologies. We need psychologists to understand how does human psychology react with AI systems. All of this, you name it, design, sociology, all of these, obviously computer science, statistics, have to come together for us to be able to implement responsible technology. So distinguish the object of your interest from the methodology, and that's the discipline that you should pursue and make yourself an expert. So that's my second point. Be an expert in a discipline. When we get into these interdisciplinary topics, it is too easy to know a little bit from all domains, a little bit of ethics, a little bit of AI, a little bit of econ, and not really know anything deep down. That is not good, because when we say we need everyone at the table, what we need is people who really know their domain and can bring real, robust research, background, literature with themselves and take the methodologies with themselves. If you know a little bit from everything, that's not gonna cut it. So again, you're interested in responsible tech, you decided to go with philosophy, with computer science, with econ, be an expert in that. And of course, be well versed in the domain, be well versed in ethics, be well versed in AI, but be an expert in a domain. And the third thing is for the organizations. Organizations that do AI ethics or responsible tech, well, they necessarily must put together multidisciplinary teams. If you're not doing that, you are missing out half of the conversation and probably very important data points, very important literature that could answer your questions. You don't need to reinvent the wheel all the time. But as you do this, same thing applies. Don't dumb it down. Interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary doesn't mean that we can do superficial philosophy or superficial sociology. Make sure that you put together real experts so that we can really be strong going forward rather than trying to fix the mistakes that come from just bad science. So I think I've finished my time. The only thing I would add is you're welcome to join, follow, collaborate, both for AI Ethics Lab and for the Institute for Experiential AI. Reach out and we'll see what we can do together.
That is wonderful. And then, yeah, thank you so much for promoting that kind of culture of knowledge sharing, collaboration. And that seems to be a commonality that I'm seeing in this kind of responsible tech space, like yourself, of people saying, let's collaborate. That's why we're all here. So thank you so much for telling that story. Apologies on the name. Turkish and Finnish and other Scandinavian names as well tend to be my bugaboo. So that it's always interesting. But no, thank you for some of the incredible work that you're doing. And again, please, everyone watching, go check out all the work that you'll see in the shared document where we have a bunch of the links, especially the AI Ethics Lab that's doing some fabulous work that you can check out and stay involved. So I'm going to just pop you off screen, but thank you. All right, now we are moving to our first panel. It's a Responsible Tech University Summit. So obviously we want to talk about how do students, especially undergrad, grad, law students, and PhD candidates, how do they break into this field of responsible tech? Right now, I'm going to bring on Marie Roker-Jones, who is the co-CEO of STEAM, doing some incredible work that she can tell us about. And Marie is going to be the moderator for this much needed discussion. So Marie, welcome to our live stream here for the Responsible Tech University Summit.
Thank you. And thanks for having me on, David. I'm excited to be here.
No, this is a wonderful and, like I said, much needed discussion that we probably don't have enough. So I'm going to just take myself off screen, and then I'm going to bring on the rest of your panel so we can hear from everyone and then have this wonderful discussion.
Sure, great. And while we wait, here's Jasmine and Patrick and Allison. So I'm so excited to speak with all of you today. And please, if you have any questions, feel free to put them in chat and we'll be happy to answer. And so I'm just going to introduce myself quickly. I'm Marie Roker-Jones, co-founder, co-CEO of Esteem. And what we do is we organize hackathons that are social impact driven. And we help companies to bridge the gap between their good intentions and measurable and actionable ESG goals. And so responsible tech is part of what we do with every hackathon. We ensure that our community and the companies that are coming to sponsor are doing something that is moving us forward in being impactful and changing the world. So excited to speak with all three of you. So I am going to start the introduction and I will start with Jasmine.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jasmine. I am in third year of undergrad at the University of Toronto, and I am studying engineering science with a specialization in machine intelligence. My work in responsible tech is mainly focused in ethical AI and just this year, I founded EPI, which stands for the Ethical Principles in AI Student Group. And we are the first student group on campus that is dedicated to making ethical AI more accessible for all undergrad students. And I'm very excited and grateful to be here.
Thank you, Jasmine. And if you could please just put your LinkedIn in the chat so we can all connect with you. And next is Allison.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Marie. My name's Allison, and I was formerly a middle school language arts teacher. I'm now doing my PhD in learning sciences, and my current work is kind of split between thinking about ethical use cases for some of the tools that we use in learning sciences, like effective computing and predictive modeling, but also from my instructional background, thinking about ways to really disseminate that information to a broader portion of the public and making sure that people working in the law systems and education and healthcare on the front lines facing people understand AI a little bit better and are able to advocate for its ethical use in their jobs.
Great. Thank you so much, Allison. And can you please put your LinkedIn in the chat too so we can connect with you? And last but definitely not least, Patrick.
Hi everyone. So excited to be here. My name is Patrick Kalin. I'm in my final year of law school at Brooklyn Law School, and also author of a upcoming book, Machine See, Machine Do, that'll actually be released later this month. And yeah, a lot of my research interest and background is really in technology, law, and policy. I come from a little bit of a coding background, but a lot of my focus is really more on sort of the policy side of things, where a lot of my work is on, data privacy, surveillance, as well as a lot of the algorithmic bias issues that we're seeing in the criminal justice system. And so that's the area that I focused on. A lot of where I've worked before in the past has been at organizations like the ACLU, For Humanity, as well as a law firm where they specialize in AI fairness and data privacy. And so that's sort of the angle that I'm coming from. But really excited to be here and so excited to share a bit about my experiences with the panelists here today.
Great. And Patrick, like everyone else, if you could put your LinkedIn in chat and also, the title of your book, since I'm excited about that. And if Jasmine and Allison, if you have anything you'd like to share, please feel free to put those in the chat. So I wanted to start off with, because what I appreciate about this panel is we all are coming from different backgrounds, right? And Allison, middle school teacher, and I have a background in social impact, but not necessarily tech. And Jasmine and Patrick, you're coming from two different. Patrick, you're coming from law, and Jasmine, you're coming from engineering. So I think should be a really interesting and fun conversation, because we're all going to be able to offer different perspectives. And I guess my first question is, if you could do one thing to get more, and I don't want to say young people, but students, to think about getting into responsible tech, what would you say to them? Like, what conversation would you have if Jasmine, you're still in school, so for your peers, what would you say to them about responsible tech? So we'll start with you.
For me, I think what really got me into responsible tech was a course that I took in second year called Engineering and Society, where it introduced me to the concept of how tech is not apolitical, and all of the technology that we create as engineers have an impact on society, sometimes in ways that we don't anticipate. And so I guess to students, I mostly interact with other engineering students. I would just say to them to really think hard about all of the stakeholders involved with their designs, and to recognize that, it's really important to recognize that not all innovation is equal to progress, and to really think twice about any biases that they may have when they're designing tech.
Right. And I'm glad you brought up you brought up bias, because I think it's really important for us as humans, as people doing this work, to think about our own biases and how they show up in our work, and just to do a check-in. So glad you brought that up. Allison, I'm going to turn to you because you had a career shift, and I want to learn a little bit more, and I'm sure the students want to learn. How did you make that shift, and what compelled you to do that?
Sure. Thank you so much. And I'm just going to turn my camera off because I'm watching myself glitch in and out as I'm talking. So hopefully everyone can hear me okay. But that's a great question because I think that my transition was not something that I had planned. And it really came about organically because when I did a few years teaching in public school. I live and work in Florida, which our districts and our educational systems here are large and very diverse. And so I thought a lot about equity, social justice in those roles. And as technology and the use of predictive modeling, of student data, we're very assessment driven down here. As that kind of came into the playing field in education, that was really what helped me to be motivated to learn more about tech tools that I might not have otherwise engaged in, because I think it's important for people, within our disciplines to also be able to, like, I'm trying to kind of have a foot over within the technology side too, and be able to kind of communicate and bridge between the gaps of these two communities right now.
Yeah, thank you. And Patrick, can you give us some thoughts about if someone is in law school, perhaps, or thinking about law, but wants to also integrate responsible tech into their studies or their career path? What would you suggest, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say don't discount the fact that you can still play a really big role without necessarily being directly in technology. I think engineers and programmers and software, designers, they all play a really, really extremely important role in actually creating and designing and developing the technology. But there's so many other spaces where you can also play a really important role in ensuring that that technology is used in a responsible, accountable, and ethical way. And something actually Jasmine said that I think is really, really key to sort of, I think, what's fueled a lot of my interest and understanding in this space is that technology is not apolitical, and that technology brings with it, a history and all these biases from people who have created it, and in the environment that it's drawing inspiration from, especially when using data from, law enforcement databases and things like that. And so, I think from a law perspective, the law is something that often can feel very antiquated and often fails to keep up, I think, with the times, right? And I think it's a space that has taken a very, very long time to develop and grow and progress. And that's where I think if you are in this space, if you're interested in the law, if you have any interest in technology is growing and developing so quickly that I think it's a really interesting space to get into if you're interested in the law and policy. I think it's a space that is in sore need of regulation, making sure that we're using technology not just for the sake of automating and for efficiency gains, but also to actually improve, the human experience and society. And so, I think lawyers and policymakers and lawmakers, I think there's a really great need for a better understanding of responsible technology. And so, I think there's a really there's a space for you here to, I think, make a really big positive impact, because I think a lot of the biggest issues that we're facing today, technology is involved.
That's a great point. And I think it's interesting because when we do our hackathons, I'm not a technologist, so I'll share a little bit about my path. It was really being part of the veteran community and working with military families, and then seeing how when some of them tried to transition into tech, the struggles that they had, and wanting to look at tech through the eyes of, like, how can we create more equitable work environments for people that come from different fields or different backgrounds and experiences, and how do we think about what we're building and who's impacted by what we built. And Patrick, you kind of led the way in what you were mentioning about new things that are happening in tech. And right now we're hearing so much about blockchain and crypto and NFT, and there's so much confusion, and there's so many, some people are weary of it, some people are excited. And so as we start to think about where we're moving, and especially with Web 3.0 and Facebook is now Meta, what, I'll ask each of you, what are you most excited about in regards to responsible tech? Because we're hearing all about this great stuff that's happening, but there's very little conversation about how we're going to incorporate ethics and how we're going to think about, what we're building, particularly as we move forward, and who's going to be left behind too. So whoever wants to start, feel free to chime in. Patrick, you look excited to speak, so I'll call on you.
Sure, I'll jump in first. I was hesitant to speak just because I had spoken just so recently, but
Yeah.
I think something that has really been on my radar lately is sort of this. I think I'm going to say two things. First is I think with the New York City bias audit shift, I'm really excited about. I think even if it's starting off at the local level, I think a greater interest and awareness of scrutinizing the way that algorithms are used beyond just the public space. I think the way that AI is being used for things like hiring tools or making decisions about where a student ends up after taking a standardized test when they're going to a high school, for example. I think those decisions have a really profound impact on the human experience and on people and their communities. And if we're not really, really critical about the way that those algorithms are designed, I think we lose out on this opportunity to address, I think, bias on a really grand scale. And so I'm really excited about sort of this change, I think, in a lot of, especially at the local level of governments, I think, caring more about how do we make sure that technology is being incorporated in a way that will actually benefit people and at the very least is not inflicting harm on people. And so I think that's one space where I'm really interested in. But I think also just I think also in the private space, I think there's also a greater focus at how do we look at small and medium enterprises and how do we provide them with sort of more risk assessments, especially for, again, things like AI hiring tools, financial institutions using algorithms to make decisions about loans and credit card approvals, things like that. Again, things that have really profound impacts and I don't think are really scrutinized enough. And certainly the public is not aware of how they're being evaluated. And I think there is a lot of movement in the private space to really, I think, put these technologies and algorithms under the microscope a bit more. And I think the more the public is aware, I think the better off they'll be. And so I think those are two spaces that I'm really interested in.
Yeah, thanks. How about you, Allison?
Absolutely, yeah, and I'm going to piggyback off of that because that really kind of ties in with what my answer to the question would be, which is just that it's really exciting for me to see the public discourse shifting to where more people are kind of, I guess, becoming aware that these tools are not, these inherently objective answers to the complicated questions and decision-making things that we have to do professionally in places like law enforcement and in education. And so I think for me, what I'm looking most forward to is kind of being a part of the research and the design on what it looks like to educate a citizenry, like, students within the public school system in the United States. What does it look like to redefine digital literacy to be able to meet the needs of today's technology climate, because right now the way that we teach about technology is often very insular, which is kind of reflective of how we see it, in technology spaces now for people that are developing tools and things like that. So I think for me, what's really exciting is getting to write about and discuss projects that would allow for the development of curricula, of teacher education trainings and programmings, and just really redefining what it means for somebody to be, well prepared to enter a society where technology is going to be interwoven into everything that they do, and not just kind of like this computer science elective that they can take if they're already interested in that, So I think this discourse that we're doing now and all these spaces that we've created and making technology accessible to people that, you don't need to know about the algorithms in a really in-depth way. You don't need to be able to write your own code to be able to have an opinion on how your data is used. or to be able to understand the impacts of technology in society and have an opinion or, participate in a debate on the ethics of that. So I think that those kinds of conversations now are what I'm seeing, and I get to be a part of those spaces where I wouldn't have been invited to be a part of those spaces before. So that's been really exciting.
Great. No, thank you, Allison. And Jasmine, and before you start, Jasmine, I just want to let our audience and viewers, if you have a question, please feel free to put it in chat, because this is for you, and we want to ensure that we're answering your questions and getting you the information you need. So Jasmine, thank you.
I'm not sure I have much more to add on top of what Patrick and Allison have already said, but I think one thing that I've noticed as a student in undergrad is that definitely I see an increase in education, for me at least, about responsible tech. And I'm also really excited to see a lot of the research happening at the University of Toronto that's related to ethical AI and responsible tech in general. So yeah, I suppose an example would be we have a new ethics in AI lab, or perhaps not new, and then it's just really cool to be able to see a lot of the research align with responsible tech and be able to access those resources as a student.
Great, thank you. So I'll wait for some questions to come in, but before, as they do, I saw that Jason Valdez wrote something that digital literacy is seriously lacking for a lot of people who do not study or work in this space. And I wanted to, if one of you or all three of you want to touch on that a bit. And I think Allison, you had brought up about digital literacy. So if you want to comment or.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, because I think for me, so as somebody who thinks about education, I've worked, in different instructional roles and I've worked in a STEM nonprofit in my area previously, where I was connecting the resources from local STEM companies and leaders to our districts. So I think that is really the biggest hurdle that I see moving forward, is that for those of us that are not actively engaging in this and seeking it out, and I think that Jason also mentioned this, this is not mandatory education right now. When I work in higher ed, so we think about kind of this general studies plan that every student needs to be working on civic literacy before they can graduate. There are required courses in English and math. And so I think for me, what's going to be really important moving forward, and, I think of in my work, what would I want my kids to have? What do I want them to walk away with? Because that's what I want to do and provide for everybody. But, so I think for me, it's at least some kind of mandatory, technology in society course, or, computer sciences courses, something that is accessible and inclusive, and that you do not have to have a heavy tech background, but that is just enough to expose, undergraduate students into what it's going to look like to apply to a job in this current market, and potentially have, to deal with an algorithm that might not treat your resume fairly based on your name or demographic information that it pulls from you, or ensuring that students, as they go through K through 12, have, developmentally appropriate opportunities to learn about the tools that they're using, the way that their data is being utilized within the school to make decisions about their pathways and their tracks for where they're going. And, that extends to parents too, because I think foundationally, when we don't know what these tools are, and especially in education where we're so underfunded, overwhelmed, everybody's, doing more than their fair share, it's very easy and attractive for leadership in those spaces to say, oh, okay, we'll buy this third-party tool and this will solve our problems. And, without that digital literacy, you make yourselves vulnerable. And in education, when we as leaders make ourselves vulnerable and we lack that critical digital literacy or the technology skills and wherewithal, we also put students at risk. In law, you put, vulnerable populations within the prison system at risk. In medicine, you put patients and people that are critically ill at risk. So I think for me, digital literacy is going to be the next wave of what is so critically important. And what I'm really passionate about is just alerting everyone, like, this is not something that the people in tech are dealing with. This is an everybody issue. This is an everybody topic. And here's why I think that you should care about this and how it impacts your life. Because I think if we work to do that in a more thoughtful way, in a more inclusive way, accessible way, where people feel empowered to have these discussions and ask questions, I think the more that we do that people will start to kind of give pushback and ask, like, okay, why is my child tracked this way? And is this assessment really valid? So that's what I'm hoping digital literacy will become, is something that's just more inclusive for all of us.
Thank you so much, Allison. And Sheldon shared a resource on free digital literacy courses, and as well as Tristan. So if you are wondering, they're in the chat. Jasmine or Patrick, did you want to add anything? Any comments before I get into some of the questions?
Yeah, actually, Marie, if I could just jump in really quick on the tech and digital literacy piece of it. I agree with everything Allison's saying. I think those are all really important things, and I think there needs to be better integration of tech literacy, especially at the earlier stages of an individual's education. Something that I still think about is actually something my high school English teacher told me way back when, is that as a writer or creator, it is your responsibility to make sure that what you are creating is understandable for the general audience. If there's someone who doesn't understand what you are trying to communicate in an essay or in art or whatever it might be, that is on you as the creator of that content. And I think we need to think about technology in the same way. I think some of the most interesting and most sort of innovative ideas in this space are oftentimes written for just within our own communities, right? Technology, I think, like law in a lot of ways, can be really unapproachable for most people who aren't already in that space or have that background. And I think until we are in a space where there's a more, I think, meaningful effort to incorporate technology literacy in education, I think it's oftentimes on us, I think, to actually make sure that we are making these technology in these spaces more accessible and more approachable for more people. Because I think the more aware of, I think, the benefits and the harms of technology people are, the general public is aware, I think the better off we'll all be, because then we'll have more people being able to engage with these conversations and be able to share their opinions and their thoughts on how to make these innovations, I think, better for their communities. So I think until that happens, I think it's really on us to do that.
Thank you, Patrick. Did you have anything to add, Jasmine? Or
I'm not sure I have anything more to add on top of that.
no problem. So one of the questions was posted by Niall, and one of the panelists, I think Patrick, said technology is neither good nor bad. It's neutral. What then makes some technologies harmful to society? Maybe use automation and its negative public perception as an example. So whoever wants to go, Allison, Jasmine, Patrick?
I can have a quick comment on whether technology is neutral. I think and I feel like today we've been talking a lot about the more recent technology and the hot topics such as ethical AI or algorithms. But an example that I learned in class recently was even technologies such as bridges can have political and societal implications. And so I'm in Toronto, so this is just I've heard of this, but I haven't witnessed this myself. But apparently the overhead passes are very low around New York, and the reason for that is because the civil engineer and designers at the time didn't want buses to go through because they didn't want poorer people to access the parks that would be connected by the highways. And so that's a way that technology can actually be bad, when designers and engineers have these intentions of trying to exclude specific stakeholders. Another example would be seatbelts in cars. I think it was discovered a couple years ago that they're a lot less effective for women and for shorter people, and that women are way more likely to be seriously injured or killed in car crashes, even wearing their seatbelts. And that's because I believe they're called dummy testers. They were all like modeled after taller men, and so the specifications and like the seatbelt specifications weren't actually considering women. And so that's another example of how technology can, unintentionally be bad for specific groups of stakeholders.
No, great. Thank you for those examples. I mean, it's important for us to be reminded of how if people are not thinking or not living the experience of who they're designing for, they're going to omit a lot of people. So, Allison, Patrick?
Yeah, I really like the example Jasmine gave about Robert Moses. He was one who designed the bridges in around Long Island. And he very famously said, because at the time he actually first created legislation to prevent a lot of public transit, like public buses, from using highways leading to the parks around the more suburban areas surrounding New York. But he very famously said, legislation can one day be changed, but it's really difficult to tear down a bridge once it's up. And I think we're seeing that again. I think this an analog between older technology and newer technology, where I think we are implementing AI and algorithms across the board, and it's becoming more and more sort of embedded in our day-to-day lives. But we haven't really taken the time to, I think, step on the brakes a little bit and see, like, okay, is this really something that we want to be leaving to an automated decision system? Should there still be a human in the loop? Should we still be having people still involved in that process, especially for things like we're using algorithms now to even make decisions about whether someone should go to jail before trial, how long someone's sentence should be, making decisions about where police should be going in different neighborhoods. And I don't think we've taken enough time to really evaluate whether those are decisions that should be left to designers and to technology, and whether communities want that. And so I think, like the quote from Robert Moses, right? Bridges are a lot more difficult to tear down once they're up. I think once we have this, unethical and potentially harmful technology so embedded in our lives that it's difficult to remove after a certain point, and a lot more difficult, I think, to really, I think, scrutinize and be critical of. I think, like, what will we do then, right? And so I think now is a really, really pivotal time to, I think, really evaluate the way that technology is being integrated in different parts of our lives, and do more before I think those bridges are up and we can't really do much about it.
Great, thank you. I don't know if you wanted to add anything, Allison?
I think that they both put it so eloquently, and I agree with those points.
All right, thank you. I wanted to touch on, and I'll get to another question in the chat, because our previous two speakers talked about the importance of building your network, your professional network, and wanted to hear from each of you, particularly when you're a student and you're not yet in the professional space. What are some ways you can build up your network in this field, in responsible tech? What's some advice you'd give to some of the students?
I think, I don't know that I have great advice because I'm still in the thick of it. I think, changing and trying to have this very interdisciplinary focus now, and trying to kind of express the value of my experience within the educational system has been challenging for me. But I really, appreciated earlier when our first speaker said, just invite yourself to the party. So that's what I'm always doing, is just kind of crashing things and asking for forgiveness and not permission, and trying to be open and very transparent about my background, and just trying to find people who have a willingness to share and do the same. And it's been positive. There are a lot of spaces or interactions that can feel kind of disheartening, or you feel as though, being outside of like a very traditional computer science background, it can be very daunting. So I think just being very humble for me and being willing to cold email people and not worry about that has been very positive and has gotten me, into a lot of great spaces and to make some meaningful connections.
Sure. Jasmine, do you have any tips?
I think a specific tip that I've been using is just like, I think while you're still a student, people are very receptive to you and they're a lot more willing to help you, I think. And so for me, I really like to reach out to university faculty and alumni, even who are in this space, just to let them know that I'm interested and ask them any questions or advice that I may be wanting. Um, and I think that's, a really good first step, especially as a student, because like while you're a student, these are the resources that you have available to you. And, maybe after you graduate, you won't have these resources anymore. So it's good to take advantage of them while you still have them.
Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything that Alice and Jasmine have said is really key. I think especially reaching out to professors while they're still so accessible, and really don't discount the power of cold emailing or cold messaging someone. I think especially at a point where you're still learning, I think enthusiasm and humility can go a really, really long way. I think I've certainly reached out to people that I didn't think would ever give me the time of day because of all the interesting work they do and how important they are. And I think if you express how enthusiastic and passionate you are about this space, show that you've done your homework, show that you've looked into what work that they've done, and come at it from, listen, I'm very new to this space. I'm really interested and I want to learn from you because you're so well established. I think coming at it from that angle, a lot of people are really receptive and want to be able to welcome you and bring you into the space. Because I think this, this responsible and accountable technology world that we're building, I think it's a space that's always looking to bring in more people and to bring in more voices. And so I think coming at it from, again, I think really letting your enthusiasm and humility show through, people will be really, really excited to welcome you and will have these conversations with you and share their work and their passion with you.
Great. Yeah. And I'm going to add to that because I've been in this field and working professionally for more years, that everything that they've said, be authentic when you're reaching out to people, particularly on LinkedIn, as Patrick mentioned. Do the homework, find out who they are. Great way to do that is attend events like this and then just send a LinkedIn message with maybe something that stood out for you or asking a question to the speakers. And then you have All Tech is Human. You have this space right now that you can network and meet other people. So please do take advantage of the opportunity or sign up to be a university ambassador for All Tech is Human. So there's so many ways you can connect and get in front of people. So but make sure it's authentic and you're presenting your best self. I did see another question. Some of these questions are more geared around, your thoughts on data privacy. And I do want to ask these questions, but because this space is really for breaking into responsible tech, I want to stay aligned with this title and what we're talking about. So the next question I have is really centered around what have you learned, about yourself? What have you learned about this responsible tech space that you would like to share with others and or get them involved in? So
I'll go ahead and start us out. I think the biggest thing that I learned coming into a degree in learning sciences and using the advanced learning technologies that we do, thinking about data science. And I say this, like embarrassingly, one of the big aha moments for me was that tech is not inherently objective, because working in the field that I work in education, you really, one of the earlier speakers talked about it being within a black box. And that's very much the experience in many of these human-facing professions where we're asked to do a lot, and this is just the way that you do it. It's so ingrained within the system, within our evaluations, the way that we evaluate students, that you're kind of just going through it and you don't even have a second to catch your breath and question the ethics of that. So I think it took me stepping away from those roles, getting back into graduate school and doing my doctorate now, that I get to really reflect and think about all of the different use cases, some of the specific and broader level ethical concerns. I saw there was a comment earlier about Google Classrooms, like for each specific area, like law and public policy, but especially like in education, that would be a great specific concern about. We don't think about that when we are, making our plans for the school year or trying to meet the needs of students. You're just doing. So now Google Classrooms is already integrated. And as Patrick was mentioning, and Jasmine, you can't undo that as easily. We're dependent on that now. And, for students within public school systems, that's mandatory. You are by law required to be within that classroom, to utilize those technology schools, to finish, your grade, your year, to graduate with your high school diploma, what have you. And so it really, really takes away the decision making for a lot of people, and prevents people from making or advocating for themselves in general, and those kinds of spaces when, maybe you're sick or you have are dealing with legal issues. So I think for me, my biggest aha moment was just realizing that tech tools are not these kinds of things, churning in the background that we just use and move in and out of. They are human created, and they are only as good as the data and the efforts that we put into them. And that because of that, subjectivity, even though those empowered really like the kind of granularity that it provides and the quantitative output that it provides, and we get to talk about our reports and our data results and things like that. So I think that just realizing that there needs to be a greater public awareness to the limitations of those tools, and creating a more cyclical discourse where people can have an input and developers can hear that and respond back to that. So I think that has been my biggest takeaway for the past few years.
Great. Jasmine?
Yeah, so I haven't been in the responsible tech space for as long, so I think my takeaway is going to be a little smaller. But to build off of what Allison said about how tech can be very subjective, I think the main takeaway that I have is to always approach creating technology from like a mindset of having sympathy for all of the stakeholders, and of course always checking my own biases whenever I am making or helping create technology. And I think that's really important for all engineering students, especially those that are going to enter into the tech pipeline and are going to contribute to the creation of a lot of technologies that will become integrated into society.
Thank you. Patrick?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Jasmine and Allison really already said a lot of the things that I wanted to say too, and I agree with everything that they've said. I think two other things I would add here is like tech solutionism is something that you have to always keep in check. And progress can always be faster than it should be. And so I think coming from the law and technology space, I've recently worked on litigation, for example, where a hospital is still using an algorithm that has a binary yes or no for whether an individual is Black or not Black, and that's the only variable that they use, and it's used for things like determining whether someone should get a kidney transplant or not, for example. It's a very, very old algorithm. A lot of hospitals actually still use it, and I don't think the public knows about it. Right. And it wasn't until this particular patient found out that this was something that was affecting whether he would be able to receive a kidney transplant. That's sort of why this litigation came about. But I think we need to really think about how we're using technology and and as much as technology has progressed, as much as I think we have improved and progressed as a society and as humanity, we can always be doing better. And I think it's important to not get complacent and to always question and to always demand that we do more and we do better for not just ourselves, but for the community at large, and make sure that the technology is doing the same thing. Because at the end of the day, the technology is just a reflection of our own priorities, right? And so making sure that we are codifying the right things and not asking technology to do things that are punitive and harmful for humanity.
Great. Thank you. And so for the sake of time, I want to just ask one question, and if we can keep the responses to 1 minute. And is there anything that we haven't addressed that you think, and I know that's kind of hard to answer in a minute, that you'd like to just share with the students? And then also, if you could just leave one resource in the comments so that you can share with students. So I always pick you last. I want to start with Patrick. What's one thing we haven't addressed that you think students can explore and dive deeper into?
Sure. I think with respect to, thinking about sort of what students are looking for and how they can sort of set themselves up for success, I think don't undermine the value of your own personal projects. I think a lot of times we chase after titles or positions that will make us look more impressive, or credentials that really bolster what we contribute to a conversation. But if there's certain areas that you are especially interested in, and whether it's finding a space that is best for expressing that interest, don't discount the fact that you can also create your own projects, do your own research, publish papers for yourself, and that's a really great way to not only build your own knowledge, but to also share like a really personal passion project with the world as well. And so even if it's not like a formal initiative, or it's not affiliated with a large company or with a particular institution, I think doing these projects on your own and sharing it with people and reaching out to experts and getting their thoughts on it, I think that's a really great way to connect with people, but to also just build up yourself without being, I think, constrained to the agendas and motivations of different institutions. You can do it really for yourself. So even if it's not formally tied to something, it can still be really meaningful.
Great. Allison?
I think overall, my biggest advice is to not allow other opinions or perspectives to make you feel as though your kind of attention to ethics is inherently negative or cynical, or kind of in some way in conflict with growth or moving forward. So I think especially in education, when you start to piece things through and talk about education in the particulars, when you get up against that and you're talking about tech or data usage, there can be a lot of pushback that you're just kind of like, being a naysayer for the sake of being a naysayer, and that it's kind of this unpopular opinion in certain spaces. So I think my biggest advice, and something that I'm trying to do myself, is just to be very mindful of being super honest and authentic and as humble as I can be, and still kind of standing in my views and my values, and trying to get into this field of ethical and responsible tech, and have that be something that drives my ability to care for others, because that's kind of at the core of what I've done professionally and what I'm trying to do now as a student. And so to not let, I guess, different opinions sway you from your beliefs that this is important work, because there are definitely strong voices that don't feel that this is in the best interest of ongoing development and tech advances.
Great, thank you. And Jasmine?
I think I definitely agree with what Allison said about anticipating pushback and also knowing what to do with the criticism. But I think the most common criticism I've gotten is that responsible tech can impede progress, but I think it's quite the opposite, as I think this entire panel talk has established. I think responsible tech is really about pushing for better technology, and that is what progress is all about. And so I definitely think, anticipating pushback is important. And also building on what Patrick said about doing individual projects, I think also, if you're a student, getting involved in student groups can be a really good idea, because especially if you're really busy, it can be nice to have a community of other students who are kind of working towards the same goal as you. And it's lower time commitment while still being able to be in the responsible tech area.
Thank you, Jasmine, Allison, and Patrick, for being here with me today. And thank you for joining our panel. Please connect with our panelists on LinkedIn, and feel free to, if you have, read the comments, our panelists, to just, if there's something that wasn't answered, please do take the time to do that. And thank you, David, and for having us today. And enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. Bye.
All right. I want to thank you, and Marie, thank you for being the moderator. So we're just going to right now get into just a 3-minute break, and then we're going to move right into the responsible tech movement in academia. So I'm just going to log off the screen. Now's a great time to grab a cup of coffee, stretch your legs, chat with other people. Again, we'll be right back in 3 minutes. So Jasmine, Patrick, Allison, thank you so much for this wonderful conversation, and also for being an ambassador for our Responsible Tech University Ambassadors program. If anyone else is interested, do reach out about that. Some really exciting work, especially on how we can better collaborate for all these student leaders who are doing such amazing work. So thank you all. I'm just going to take everyone off screen, and then we'll be right back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, we are back. If you're just joining us, my name is David Ryan Polgart, the founder and director of the nonprofit All Tech is Human, focused on building the responsible tech pipeline. Hopefully, you've had a chance to connect. If you have not checked out our shared document, please see that in the chat that has all of the full bios for all of our speakers and also some of the valuable resources that they're connected with. In addition, that document is open to all attendees if they want to add resources they know about. Are there events going on? Is there some paper that just came out that you want others to read, a great video, a great book, you name it, opportunities for people to get involved. Please do share that. There's a lot of value when we connect all these different communities, all these different perspectives that are interested in building a better tech future. So right now, I'm going to bring on Shave, who you might know in the community as being a really pioneering AI ethicist. Chavi's also the director for scientific outreach at the American Society for Investigative Pathology. So I'm just going to bring on Shave. Hello.
Hi, David. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to this panel.
This is going to be a lot of fun. Again, learning all about the responsible tech movement in academia. Obviously, we know there's a tremendous amount going on, but love to really learn more about what different groups are doing, what they're thinking, how we can better collaborate. So without further ado, I'm going to let you take the reins. I'm going to jump off screen and then bring all of your panelists on with you.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you so much, David. Welcome, everyone. Like David mentioned, this is going to be an engaging conversation. We have a star-studded panel. And the discussion we had prior to this meeting, if that's any indication, 45 minutes are going to go so fast. So keep all your burning questions here in the comments because the panelists would really love to address all your questions and concerns. So let me jump into it and introduce our speakers today. Vas Bednar is the Executive Director of McMaster University's MPP in Digital Society program in Hamilton, Ontario, where she is also an adjunct professor of political science. She is a public policy forum fellow and writes the newsletter Regs to Riches. I love that name. Vas, could you please drop the link to that newsletter for our attendees? Thank you. And we also have with us Dr. Saima Akhtar, who is the Associate Director for the Vegelos Computational Science Center at Barnard College at Columbia University. She's an interdisciplinary researcher with a background in architecture and software engineering. That's quite a combo. At Barnard, Saima is focused on widening computing pedagogy to include social science and humanities, both the topics, and in lowering the barrier of entry into computing for women and non-binary students, and fostering critical thought around the creation and integration of technology in our everyday lives. And last, but certainly not the least, we have Stephen Kels, who is a lecturer in the University Center for Human Values at Princeton, where he teaches ethics as applied to public policy, markets, and technological innovation. His research is on the history of capitalism in a transatlantic context, starting with pre-capitalist farming in England in the 1600s through the corporation in 20th century America. He has helped design ethics curricula for engineers in tech companies and for undergraduates getting their first introduction to the field. And most recently, he has worked with graduate students from disparate academic disciplines in a program meant to demonstrate how their unique research backgrounds can contribute to the growing field of AI ethics. Welcome, everyone. Let me get started with giving you all just a plain platform. In 45 seconds to a minute, I want to talk about the pipeline issue that is so, of great relevance. So responsible tech is the need of the hour. Do you think we have a pipeline problem for students as well as educators to integrate responsible tech in academia? Vas, would you like to go first?
I would, and warning, I have a Fisher person's friend in my mouth as I speak to you. You know, when I think about pipeline issues, I think more about the types of roles that our soon to be graduates want to take on in a Canadian context, and how the responsible tech framework is a little bit less sophisticated, maybe, so that they're thinking about not only roles that exist inside and outside of government, but also roles that should exist, right? And how do you kind of co-create ways to embed that policy lens into a smaller stage or earlier stage companies, so that innovators can be more responsible, but also policymakers can be more forward looking. It's kind of where my head's at on that.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Saima?
Yeah, I mean, I think starting from personally, I feel pedagogy could help with some of the pipeline problems. I think that especially in the responsible tech space, there's a need to think a little bit more broadly outside of just computer science as a discipline. And so I'm really actually excited about the interest that's been generated in the last 18 months with the pandemic. I think people have moved more online. We're starting to gather in these virtual spaces. We're starting to pay more attention to the virtual space as a space where inequities can be exacerbated. And so I think it's made it a little bit more plain and clear that these are issues that are real and impact people who are marginalized, disadvantaged, communities of color. And so I'm really, really excited to be part of this conversation about the work that All Tech is Human is doing in the space that you're providing for educators and people in educational institutions to come together and have conversations like this. And I'm sure we'll dig in a little bit more, but those are just my initial thoughts.
Sounds wonderful. Steve, how about yourself?
So one of the reasons I'm so happy to have met my co-panelists over the course of the past couple of weeks is that we all have pretty deep experience in different parts of that pipeline question. And what I've been working on most recently is working with graduate students, mostly PhD students, who have very specialized training within their discipline, and may, because of that specialized training, come away thinking that they can do nothing but their discipline. And in our interdisciplinary cohort on ethics of AI, we've been bringing in outside speakers from companies and from government, and of course from nonprofit firms as well. And we've been having them speak about ways in which the field actually calls for anthropologists, scholars of English literature who are comfortable with textual analysis. It calls for people in computer science. It calls for public policy experts, and it calls for basically all of us to be talking about where tech is going, to be talking about what AI is doing. And I think that's particularly true of AI applications that are going to come in the next 20 years. It's going to touch all aspects of our lives. And so we need experts on all aspects of human life and society to be sort of putting their input into how to regulate, govern, and control these technologies.
Yeah, excellent point here. And I love the fact, what was mentioned, and this is something that I've been doing through the course of my career as well, like creating and co-creating things that do not exist, because these technologies are new. There is no a set format. We don't know what we are dealing with till, something happens and there is an unprecedented pandemic in the mix, like, Simon just mentioned, and we had to adapt to it, and we had to revisit the whole educational system. And like Stephen so nicely mentioned, and it's very interesting because Stephen, you mentioned about the PhD and grad students, but you also oversee the undergrads, right? So it's a whole array of young professionals and their needs are different. So I was just wondering, based on these opening statements, if you see there to be some moral or pedagogical concerns about what we are currently teaching.
So I think that as an ethicist by trade, I'll say, using maybe an ironic phrase, as if there is such a trade. As an ethicist by trade, a lot of ethics courses for undergraduates focus quite a bit on textual analysis. And that's an important skill, and students can actually use that well outside of thinking about ethics. But it's really important, I believe, that as you're starting with undergrads and moving them through an ethics curriculum, that you also give them experience encountering ethical dilemmas as they might encounter them in the workplace. we all, the older we get, the more experience we have encountering ethical dilemmas and oftentimes failing at them, let's be honest, but then being able to reflect on them and et cetera. I don't think we always realize that we know when an ethical dilemma has arisen in our lives and can pause in that moment and reflect. So I've tried to build into some of my undergraduate courses. In one course, I called it Workflow Wednesday. On Wednesdays, we actually talked about an engineer's workflow and a model technology, a use case that was being developed. And we said, well, hey, where in the development process would you intervene to raise this concern that you've all seen? Like I said, trying to give them practice on recognizing and responding to ethical dilemmas in the moments that they're happening.
Yeah, that is such a brilliant way of doing things, because use cases, I think, are the way to go, especially when we're talking about responsible tech. And I like the the play on the W, the Workflow Wednesday. Nice going there. Saima, would you like to comment?
Yeah. Well, I'd like to think that we're producing some kind of model here. I think we're in a really unique place, which is a center for computational science in a liberal arts context and a historically women's liberal arts college. And so what better place to really integrate, like Shavi mentioned at the beginning, social science and humanities thinking into computer science. It's not really a natural fit, but I think that with all of the literature that we've been seeing lately with people like Safiya Noble, and Ruha Benjamin and Timnit Gebru, and a lot of the material that's been coming out that is provoking more public discourse around what does it mean to even encounter an ethical dilemma in the tech space, and then what might possible solutions to that look like. I think one of the big issues is also who is being attracted to these fields, who is working in the various subfields of tech, and who do they look like, what are their life experiences like. And so getting more diverse voices and a range of voices, and also diversifying the kinds of thinking that go into computer science curriculum. So part of what we're trying to do here at the center is really build out programs with that as a foundation. And so we have a Computing Fellows program where we train undergraduates who are generally sophomores and juniors to be paired or attached to courses that may not have had a computational component to it, but really thinking and working with peers to be able to develop thinking around, okay, if we wanted to integrate some kind of framework here, that's computational, what might that look like? So that works to empower students themselves and also act as peer mentors. We have a BEARS program, which attaches undergraduates with PhD students in computer science at Columbia, so really taking advantage of that relationship, as they say, across the street. We have workshops every other Friday that are really meant to be introductory workshops, so people have a safe kind of open and collegial space to ask questions and make mistakes and figure out how to troubleshoot and debug. We also have a diversity in computing series that started this year and is going to continue into next semester, that invites one STEM leader a month to talk about the work they're doing in either academia or industry, to diversify the field from the inside, or even just talk about some of the more structural issues that need to be attended to make the space a more equitable space. And so these are the ways that, we're trying to get a lot of different ways of thinking and have students exposed to different people in different fields and show them models to inspire them about what it might look like once they have a degree in hand and where they can go.
Well, this sounds like a huge undertaking, and it's so fascinating. I think we will have to have a standalone panel again for the benefit of students as well as educators with you, Saima, at a different point. But I do want to give Vaz an opportunity to comment on this, and we already have questions coming from the audience. So I'll start taking the audience questions next. So Vaz.
Okay, rock on. Hey, I'm taking notes from both of you too. These are great ideas. As I said, our program's in its early stage, right? So back to the kind of concerns around what we should be teaching. I mean, the program exists to recognize that there's no shortage of opportunities in Canada to study public policy, but that these opportunities are remarkably homogenous and fairly traditional. So in skating on that ice rink of what do we teach and how, a really important thing to think about is, what are we teaching about the messiness of public policy and the influence of corporate interests and their tactics? And frankly, it seems, historically new that policymakers really care so deeply about the opportunity of any, or the prospect of any regulatory intervention to impede this thing we call innovation, right? We see this in Canada with our stalled privacy and consumer legislation bill. Why is that? Canada's like a third, fourth, fifth mover. It's time to modernize our privacy legislation. But why can't we get there? Because Canada's trying to recognize commercial interests in a privacy bill. And we're really trying to have a bigger conversation about when and how companies can use data in, I'm rambling a little bit, but that's kind of a core, right? How in a classroom setting, do we take that on? And one way we try to is by pairing our anchor academics with policy practitioners. We call them professors of practice. It's kind of a title that's, I don't want to say made up, but it's a little made up, to be honest. And that lets us bring in kind of frontline voices to also talk about what it means to review pre-budget submissions, right? How, when, and if we should even be taking in those business interests when we're designing an intervention, and frankly studying regulatory lag, which has always been a function of the relationship between the state and innovators, but we can't really afford it anymore, right? In that gray space, we start to legitimize new potentially new business behaviors that are otherwise not in the public interest. The second quick thing I'll just say is something we think a lot about is, how to present analyzing a policy problem or opportunity, and how to move away from that language set of problem, right? Big P problem. Policymakers don't exist to intervene only when something's a problem. And the reliance we have on the public to prioritize for politicians what issues are, I personally think is starting to become a little bit overblown, right? We have this is not official, but almost like a Spice Girl model of policymaking. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. And in the tech and innovation space, sometimes we just need policymakers to do the right thing as quickly as they can, and not wait for 80% of the population to be showing in a poll that they want new privacy and consumer protection legislation, just to bring it back. So thanks for the question.
No, this is such a fascinating conversation, and you said the right words. Regulatory lag, and that's something that we all have been dealing with, and I think that would be another standalone session as well. And I'm getting a lot of response from our audience on the professors of practice, and that may be a made-up position, but hopefully it'll do something. It seems like they have professors of practice at Northeastern University. Bobby just shared. And then people are commenting, are all titles made up? Well, some of them are, mine may not be. And somebody's saying that Professor of Practice sounds like a great program, and perhaps we can revisit that in a different session. Okay, and you posted some updates. So I want to address some of the questions that are coming from our audience. This one is for you, Stephen, from Deb. She says, thanks so much. I'm one of those textual scholars that you mentioned, and I would love to think more about how to integrate practices like yours into a course largely anchored in an investigation of literary texts. Ooh.
So I'll give you 3 examples of sort of, in response to what I think was your earlier question, Deb, 3 examples of just sort of use cases that we've used. Most recently, when a book by Cesar Hidalgo came out called How Humans Think About Machines. Oh, damn, I wish I remembered the title because it's really good. I've used case studies from that. It's questions that he actually asked to a panel of folks about how they would judge humans versus machines. Oh, How Humans Judge Machines, I think was the title of the book, about how humans judge machines. So I used some of those case studies. Also had another instance where I used a case study that had actually come out of a training regimen for engineers at Google about self-driving cars. The car was both self-driving, but it had other elements to it, like face and body recognition. recognize the telemetry of a body, and etc. And we used a case study about an app that used face recognition to give people access to a public service. And very schematized, maybe a paragraph, shorter than the introduction that Xavi gave to any of us, explanation of what the app is and what it's doing, so that they can actually ask questions about, well, what if it were doing this? If it were doing that, but using a different technology, how would we judge it? And then the connection is to try to bring them to use the principles that they've learned from a text to bear in a conversation among engineers, where a reference to Immanuel Kant may not carry a heck of a lot of weight. So part of what an ethicist is, I think it should, but it may not. So part of what an ethicist is doing, oftentimes in an undergrad course, is internal consistency of a text like that by Immanuel Kant or Peter Singer or whatever it might be. But we want to get them to be able to sort of abstract principles out of there, to be able to state those principles as, you know, multi-step arguments, a few steps of argumentation, and then apply it to the cases. I hope that's enough to be suggestive, at least. But Deb, we should talk later also.
Yeah, I think she's really interested in hearing more about how the workflow goes. And thank you for answering that, Stephen, because I think I went on to another comment that came from Deb in the comments. I guess this question from Plus Aziz is for all of our panelists, and that's a good question. What types of responsibilities fall on the data scientist versus those assessing their models? Is a third party the most optimal way to ensure ethics are upheld? Or can a single person integrate those concerns as they are built, as they build their model? Like, I have much to say about this, but how about you guys go ahead? Simon.
We had a speaker a few weeks ago called Jiahao Chen, who works at Parity Ai, which is a very new startup that bills itself as an anti-racist AI startup. And part of what they do is actually just that. I think they act as third party, like they are hired by different kinds of companies and corporations to assess models for certain kinds of biases. And so that might be in the financial sector around the way that mortgage lending happens or how credit scores are checked, and it may happen in other fields like healthcare. I personally think that not everybody is trained to assess a model for a certain kind of bias. So that responsibility shouldn't be on one person. I think there needs to be, again, this is a pipeline problem, because there need to be enough people educated in different kinds of disciplines so that we can have a multidisciplinary analysis of a certain problem and think about what that looks like in the real world. And so part of what Jiahao Chen was talking about was, what does this look like when it comes to credit reports or credit scores and banks and financial institutions? And so this idea about a professor in practice, and I have seen that, it's an interesting one because it is difficult to apply theory to a real world problem. And sometimes we often don't get the chance to do that because we're not really exposed to what that real world problem might look like. And so I think it's really important for people who are either doing the work or offering certain kinds of internships. And I'm sure that the All Tech is Human job board may be a good resource for this, is for students to get a sense of, what does this look like in the real world? Like, how can I apply my knowledge of English or my interest in law? Like, where may those opportunities be? And I think it's really important for students not to get discouraged if they're either pairing their CS degree with another discipline. I think it's actually an asset rather than a weakness.
Yeah, and this is right in Stephen's wheelhouse, and then I want to move on to Wes with the regulatory perspective. So please go ahead and add your perspectives.
I'll do my best very quickly. And Stephen, I love your keyboard moves when you're reaching forward to type. It's all good. We support you. I love the chat, that we have the chat function too. Let's just call it. a few very quick thoughts. I mean, again, for us, it's about the design of the program and how we're training a future kind of class of policymakers. And one of the things we do in that regard is we have them in skills labs. They're not quite micro credentials, but while they're in graduate seminars, they're also working with data 1, 2, and 3, working with code 1, 2, and 3, project management, product management, and stakeholder engagement. So they are we're not training the policy students as they're not going to become a senior data scientist, probably not, depending on their undergraduate degree, maybe, but they'll be able to sit in rooms, decision rooms with those individuals. They'll be able to ask good questions about methodology and research design. And I think that's a good step forward if you're not starting from the computational science framework, but you are building a vocabulary, a capacity, and a confidence, even for people that might otherwise kind of be like, I'm not a numbers person. I think one of the things that's broken about policy education more broadly is that, we've siloed, people studying business and then people studying the law, and then, policy people end up being somewhere in between when they should also kind of fit across so many more disciplines than we typically have them.
That's very well said, Vaz. And I think in my own personal experience, I feel like the lingo is so different. So it could be intimidating and you may not be able to address the issues at the same level. So it's a great opportunity to be sitting together with them and imbibing some of those qualities and starting to feel confident and ask good questions, like you mentioned. Steve?
Hi, what did you want me to address, Chavi? Sorry.
So now just adding on to, the fact that, should there be just one person, which in all our opinion, we need the multi-stakeholders to address any of the AI ethical issues. So in some of the teachings that you're doing from the undergrad level right to the PhD program, what are the measures that you're taking to ensure that anything that's put forward is, the AI that's put forward is sustainable, it's also interoperable, it's transparent?
A very similar set of concerns and actions with what Voss is taking. And again, so we're like to the Workflow Wednesday idea, we tell the students, I have not been an engineer, so I'm telling the students a bit from the outside what methodology looks like. What does the agile methodology look like? What is a sprint for an engineer? What is the Scrum? And very much in line with a game sort of that Microsoft uses to train its engineers. You can assign roles also. You're working in a user interface. You're working in another area, and as you move this technology forward in that sort of Scrum methodology, when would you intervene? What questions might you raise? Might you be biased towards one particular conception of what's right or wrong because your job is to drive forward user experience or something along those lines, or to interact with the customer to make sure that their technical specifications are met, and so on and so forth. So by creating that sort of sense of what's going on in the room, to use Voss's words, that sense of what's going on in the room, sharpen their ability to make ethical judgments there, and then you can actually get at a much higher level with the PhD students, right? We had art and architecture and archaeology are all housed in the same place where I'm teaching now, Simon, which you might consider pretty weird. But we had students from that department who are studying early photography, for instance, from the 1890s. And it turns out the questions of privacy that are raised by early scholars of photography, Louis Brandeis, a Supreme Court justice who wrote about photography in a famous article called The Right to Privacy, are very much the same as questions that are being raised now. And it turns out that by studying photography in that era and thinking about what privacy sounded like in that era, these students had much more insight into the technology of having one of these things in your pocket than they even knew ahead of time. They thought they were talking about the 1890s and privacy, but really they were talking about the phone in your pocket.
Wow, this is so fascinating. And I just want to keep listening to each one of you so I can see how good educators and teachers you all are. Well, thank you so much. We did get a comment from Alfredo, who this is directed towards you, Vaz. Thanks for your brilliant presentation. I wonder if a national regulations will be enough, or will we need global regulations?
I mean, I think that's a major conversation we're having about a lot of our digital interventions, because the problems or challenges or business behaviors that regulators are seeking to moderate don't really fit well into geographic boundaries. So maybe the best example of coordination and cohesion is going to be with the digital sales tax. In terms of privacy moving forward, will we see a global standard emerge? Maybe over time, but I don't think that's the way we should start. I think, it's still really important. And of course, it's maybe a Canadian saying this, but it's important to have that federated approach. It's important to learn from the implementation challenges of other jurisdictions, as whatever that gold or global standard could be emerges. Do I foresee more harmonization on interventions like that? I mean, probably, but now we're in a very messy, interesting time, right? Historically, it could end up just being a moment, a blip, where policy professionals, decision makers are finally hot on the case of regulatory entrepreneurship, and the real moonshot is eliminating regulatory lag, right? Having policy people that are anticipatory, spot harms on the horizon, and don't take 10 or 12 or 15 years to introduce a meaningful intervention that better protects citizens from the harms of be it a giant social media company or a small scale startup that's causing trouble, right? Guardrails are important. Sorry that I rambled so much. I don't know if
No,
that's
you
helpful,
did
Alfredo.
not.
I love your name,
No.
though.
Yeah, I guess the guardrails and ethical frameworks are so needed. And again, it goes back to having that regulatory lag, and also the fact that not many things are happening at the global level, the collaboration that is needed, putting these policies into place. I just got another question from Isa. In addition to teaching policy theory, practice, and technical skills, do you see a role for behavior science in responsible tech education? Liberal universities around the world, especially in America, are struggling to find ways to deal with diversity on campus, balancing the need for emotional safety and the need for robust debate and critical thinking facing cancel culture or deplatforming.
So I have a thought on this. I think that the interest that we've been seeing in responsible tech has, in my mind, really exploded recently. And I think that it correlates with, at least in the United States, a more public awareness of inequities in our society. And so, in my mind, what I really struggle with is and coming from the perspective of somebody who has studied architecture, if inequities that are built into our built environment and just the way that we live and move around every day, if they remain with us, if we haven't really addressed them and the history behind how these inequities have risen, how are we going to address the kinds of inequities that then are replicated in the virtual space? And so, in my mind, this requires kind of a really deep understanding of some of the social problems that we deal with on a daily basis. Like, where do those come from? And again, we have another comment by Matthew Rossi that's getting at this, is that sometimes engineers will grab data from anywhere without a deep dive to understand its origin, collection methodology, consent, et cetera. And again, this might be really unusual to build into quote unquote hardcore STEM disciplines. Is how do you have a more holistic view of some of the work that you're doing, even though larger contextual questions aren't necessarily built into that discipline? I think we need to start to really reimagine and rethink how hard sciences address questions that impact the way we live our lives. And more we're seeing that they do. And it's coming into view more clearly for all of us, I think.
Did either one of you, Val and Stephen, want to add anything more to that?
I think one of the things I've done that might partially address the question one of the things I've done is incorporate moral psychology into these more tech-focused and policy-focused ethics courses, so that students can actually get some sort of sense of how the behavioral sciences are looking at the process of moral decision-making, and whether they can start to contemplate how it is that they might want to clean up or counteract some of the biases in moral decision-making that have been uncovered by Tversky and Kahneman and others, and some of the biases in rationality. So to think about moral decision-making is just as important. How do humans go about their decision-making is just as important as thinking about what ultimately would be ethical.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I want to take one more question before it's too late. What are some of the long-term measures that should be instituted now, so that we are grooming the next generation of professionals to develop and deploy sustainable and scalable tech? Can you share maybe perhaps your perspectives based on design thinking or the regulatory aspects, public policy, and AI ethics? I'm going to call upon Wes.
Oh man. Okay, just kidding. Look, something that ends up being top of mind there is related to, I think, a key challenge in the space that I alluded to earlier, which is, navigating, negotiating private interests, appreciating them in a policy context. So when it comes to what are some of the long-term measures, I mean, I'd like to see more collaboration and overlap, and I guess that Venn between business leaders, innovators, even spaces on campus like incubators that are so popular now, right? Policy, again, I'm sorry that I'm so public policy, rah, rah, rah. That is my lens. Policy leaders, professionals, students should be thinking about what are innovators building or piloting on campus, and where does that fit into regulatory realities? We have often big tech can be a red herring, and we ignore other ways we can practice radical incrementalism and be good policymakers to allow really cool companies to scale and grow, again, in responsible ways. And I think that comes back to reducing or eliminating a regulatory lag and drag. So I don't even think I super directly answered your question, but I feel good about it because you called on me first.
Let me make Stephen feel a little bit better too.
Okay.
So one of the most interesting, a question that I have moving forward over the course of the next couple of years comes from something that I've learned from my students. And they've increasingly said to me that they focus less on the syntax of learning code. And I'm not a coder, but they have said to me that ever since GitHub started posting little bits of code, they focus less on actually learning how to write the code and more on actually the design of the overall product itself. And I see that as an opportunity for the ethicists and the policy people, Vas. I maybe want you more in charge of it than me, but it's for the ethicists and the policy people to enter into those classrooms in some of the ways that Simon is doing it, some of the ways that you're doing it, to enter into those classrooms, to sort of co-teach and to say, this is more than just learning. You already know this is more than just learning the code. This is designing an influence on human society. Let's think about it from that lens as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I want to take one last question that came from Love, and it's an interesting question, and I don't know how to summarize it, but what would you particularly want from a tech that is responsible? I know we talk about all the time what we do not want we do not want tech to be.
I want companies to talk to policymakers, and I'm sorry that I jumped in now. I'm like busting through. I want that. I don't see private actors dialoguing with government, again, as something that's inherently bad or shady or nefarious. Maybe regulatory sandboxes end up being more of a neutral play space. Maybe universities are actually the right site for those kind of processes to happen. But that's something that I would like to see more of in the future, and not just when it's something that people want or need, right? Not that trick or treat model of change this regulation or else, but really understanding what people want to build and what they want to do, and what the role of the state is there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to jump in. I don't know if I'm going to answer the question directly, but I think it also it goes to what Stephen was talking about earlier. I think there's a slipperiness around these ideas of ethics and morality and a definition of like what is responsible. So what is good for whom and who is in charge of making these decisions. And so I think we need to think broadly about who is in the room, who is doing the coding, who is looking over the models, what are their life experiences. And it's a question about class too. And so I think we all speak from fairly privileged places right now. And so I think that for me, I would love digital literacy and critical thinking to be built into even education before people arrive at a university or college, because that's not everybody's life path, right? And so if we do have a better understanding, again, of some of our the inequities in our history and the way that we are kind of moving about our daily lives and how tech plays a role in that early on in our lives, then I think that it will make for better candidates for whoever wants to kind of enter into the responsible tech space, really thinking about a diversity of voices in all matters of the word. And so not just racial and gender diversity, but also like really thinking about who has access to this kind of information and this kind of education and who is participating and making it and creating it and thinking about it.
Yeah, I love that multidisciplinary, diverse approach. That's fantastic. We are almost at time here, so I want to give each one of the panelists a chance to say something that our attendees can go back to their, take back to their lives in making responsible or thinking about responsible tech in academia. How about you, Stephen? Let's start with you this time.
That sounds like a tall order, Chavi. I would say this, and it's actually in response to the last question, and I think it would be my take-home message in any of these discussions. For a technology to be responsible, it should serve human needs and not just human wants.
Wow, very well said. Profound, huh? Saima?
I constantly, so I agree with Stephen, and I think that in addition to that, I think that we need to find a balance between a more democratic way of coming to an understanding of what is responsible, what is ethical, and really also how do we support organizations and corporations that have a vested interest in making money, but also can deploy technologies that are useful to society. And that to me is a constant. That's a conflict, and that's always something that I'm thinking about, and there's no easy answer for it. But I think as long as we have that in mind and continue to have conversations like these about it, we might end up in a slightly better place.
Mm-hmm.
After retweeting both my fellow panelists, I would say very briefly, perhaps a key takeaway: policymakers and designers, innovators often have more in common than we think, right? They're both people that are trying to solve problems, but I think of Stephen's points around human wants versus human needs. I think a risk going forward that people could keep their eyes out for, at least we're seeing this in Ontario, where the state is kind of devolving design of tech interventions that are for government that probably should come from government to grassroots organizations that do this work for free to solve for gaps. What we need to do is instead learn from people that might be building something outside of government, but is, fundamentally in the public interest and truly the role of government and not outsiders. So unfortunately, that's not tweetable, but it is something that I'm thinking about and wondering quite a bit.
It's definitely something to think more about. Well, it's imminent that there is a need for us to train and groom the next generation of, multidisciplinary professionals to lead the responsible tech movement going forward. Thank you all for sharing all your insights, discussing some of the challenges, talking about your workflows. And this conversation is just the beginning of the responsible tech movement in academia. And I look forward to connecting with each one of you outside this event and to continue this discussion further. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the summit.
All right, what a wonderful discussion, Javi. That was amazing. So Sama, Vas, and Stephen, I want to thank you all for this this incredible conversation. We also have some people taking notes who took notes from this discussion, so do check that out at our shared document. But I'm just going to take all of you off a screen. But as mentioned, this is just the start of the conversation. And related to what Stephen was saying, what does good tech look like? That's why we're focused on this new Human Experience HX project. If anyone's interested, we have a working group right now that's going to be releasing a report in January. So thank you all. I'm just going to knock everyone off screen here. So thank you for that wonderful discussion. So right now we have about a 13, 14-minute break. I'm just going to pop off screen, use this time to, again, grab some food. If you're on the East Coast of the US, it's lunchtime. Grab a little snack. Be back at 1 p.m. Eastern. You can also use this time to check out our shared document. If you have any events, resources, opportunities that you want other people to know about, one, you can share it right in our chat, but two, if you want to put it into our shared document that's going to also be in the All Tech is Human newsletter to go out to the larger community, just request some access to that. We'll give you that, and then you can add right to the document. So lots of ways here to get involved. We also have a interesting feature if you want to network with other people. If you click on the networking button right now, what that's going to do is it's going to randomly pair you up with another attendee for a very short kind of chat, just for a few minutes, and then you go on if you want to continue and then chat with another person. So real fun opportunity to talk to other people that are here today. All right. Welcome back, everyone. And thank you for being here at our inaugural Responsible Tech University Summit. This is really all about bringing together different groups of people to help get new voices involved in the responsible tech movement that's focused on limiting the harms of technology, diversifying the tech pipeline, and ensuring that technology is aligned with the public interest. If you're just joining us, welcome. You can also get caught up by checking out our shared document. I'm your MC for this day together. My name is David Ryan Polgar. I'm the founder and director of the nonprofit All Tech is Human that is putting on this Responsible Tech University Summit. Now we're really going to be talking about the student education journey in a multidisciplinary world. We've heard a lot of our speakers talk about the need for this kind of interdisciplinary nature, cross-sector experience. How do we make that happen? How does that happen, especially in the academic world that oftentimes is somewhat structured specifically around disciplines? We're really excited for our moderator today, Maritza Johnson. Maritza is the founding executive director of the Center for Digital Civil Society at the University of San Diego. Hello and welcome to the live stream.
Hi, David. It's great to see you today.
Yeah, I hope you are doing well. Really appreciate you being able to moderate our discussion. We're going to be joined by two fabulous student leaders in the space to really kind of focus on this multidisciplinary type of environment, specifically for some of what you have a expertise in. So I'm just going to jump off screen right now and hand over the reins to you, and then I'll bring up your panelists.
Great. Thank you so much for that welcome. So welcome, everyone. So I'm very glad to be here today as the moderator for our next panel, where we'll hear from students who are focused on ensuring technology is aligned with the public interest. So individually, we may have a sense that achieving our goals requires a multidisciplinary approach. I think we also have a lot of questions about how do you actually do that? So how are folks doing it at various levels within their career development and while they're still in school? And so we're going to hear from students who are walking the walk on exactly that right now. So let's see, just broadly, I'm super excited to be here. I think the power and the promise of data and technology is so exciting right now. And at the same time, we see so many examples of, big questions coming up of whether or not technology will actually realize the potential that we're hoping for. So I'm really looking forward to getting into this. So let's begin with a brief introduction from each of our panelists. Would you please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you're studying and working on right now? So we'll start with Kalin.
Hi, thank you for the brief introduction. My name is Kalin Mattis, and I'm a senior at George Mason University. I study conflict analysis and resolution with a focus in data and society.
Great. And Nayun, could you introduce yourself?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Nayun. I'm a junior at Tufts University, and I'm studying sociology and economics with a minor in science, tech, and society. And I'm really interested in looking for solutions in the tech industry from the lens of how capitalism facilitates responsible tech. And currently, I'm working on building a think tank with other undergraduate students, and we're researching the social impact of tech and innovation.
Great. And before we carry on, I will mention, I'm so sorry to share, one of our panelists won't join us. So in the description, you saw that Chloe Jensen from Yale was going to join us, and unfortunately she can't. So we're going to carry on with Kalin and Nayun. So for our first question, from your perspective, what does it mean to you that you're working in a multidisciplinary world?
I can start off. So I think a discipline has a lot of definitions, like it has knowledge and skills and tools. But the most important part for me is it's a way of looking at the world. So multidisciplinary to me means looking at adopting different ways of thinking and looking at the world. And even in the social sciences, I study sociology and econ, but the way of thinking is so different in both of those fields. For instance, in sociology, we reward like nuanced thinking to get a full picture, and in econ, it's more about making predictions. So we have very simplified models. And beyond academia and like theory, the type of thinking in the business world and academia is also very, very different. And also the pace is also different. So to me, multidisciplinary means bringing all these different ways of looking at the world together.
Great. Kalin, what about from your perspective? What does it mean to you that you're working in a multidisciplinary world?
That was beautifully said, by the way. But to me, it's always been not boxing myself into one area of learning or work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And as students navigating this space, where are you finding direction or inspiration, your signposts? How are you figuring out which paths to follow, when to trade in the tools and approaches if something's not serving you?
Now, I can go first for this one. To be honest, it's still a lot of trial and error, and I really don't know. A lot of times things don't work, and it takes me a long time to figure that out. And I'll be stuck on something for like a week. And I think that's the beauty of being multidisciplinary, is that when something doesn't work, say like I tried like a tech method of analyzing data, and then like when the work that I'm doing now, I'm using a humanities theory to categorize my data. So it's nice to be able to pull from both areas.
And as you're working like that, are you working alongside collaborators or with professors as mentors?
Yes, I'm working with professors right now.
Great. What's their background? Are they also coming from a similar?
So I'm in a really cool position right now where I have a mentor that's in like a more philosophical background from conflict analysis, and then I have one from the information computing school at my university. So I'm really lucky to have one from each sector.
Yeah. Were they already working together, or did you bring them together?
They're more so working with me, but I did bring them together.
Great. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how that went?
Yeah, so I had this idea for a project, and I knew that I didn't have the tech background, or more so the conflict analysis background, to do it by myself. And it was this really big project on information distortion and working with like narrative to define distorted information. But it required a lot of like web scraping, like pulling data from Twitter, and I did not have the coding background to do that myself, nor did I have the philosophy background to be able to like understand or define the terms in philosophy or conflict analysis. So I knew that I needed help. So I had a mentor, and she gave me the best advice I've ever gotten, and that was to speak to my audience. So for my research proposals, I created one for each discipline. I have one with more like technical terminology, and I have one with more like philosophical terminology, and then I have one for my general audiences. And that kind of really showed each discipline the value of my work, and then it helped me, like the general one kept me grounded, like it made sense to me. So that's really been what's worked for me.
Oh, I think that's fantastic advice. I'm maybe after Nayun, after we give you a chance to answer too, I'll chime in. I've had similar experiences with that. I really do love the advice to speak to your audience. Kalin, is there anything else you want to add before we move on?
Yeah, I appreciate what Kalin. Oh, sorry.
No, that was all. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I got really excited about Kalin's point about finding mentors in the field. I've also been having a similar approach. I like looking at interdisciplinary fields in academia, like Science, Tech, and Society, which is known as STS, or Information Science. And more on a student level, like not yet an expert level, I just try to find questions that are interesting to me and try to answer it in my different classes. So in my sophomore year, I was obsessed with this question of how can we humanize capitalism? Is that possible? And I was taking an anthropology of capitalism class, and the answer that I arrived at is that you can't humanize capitalism because capitalist growth is just fundamentally incompatible with the way organic life works. But in economics, the answer might be, oh, you just need to change the unit of measurement to define what humane or human is. So that's how I've been navigating the multidisciplinary place in my undergraduate coursework. But it's really helpful to talk to people who are more higher up in academia and have had more experience in different fields. So yeah, strongly agree with what Kalin has brought up.
I think that is excellent advice. I would say, so since we didn't have our third panelist join, I'll answer a few of the questions with my own experience as well to round it out a bit, if that's okay with everybody else. So for myself as a student, I study computer science, and I love both of your answers that you've given already, because for me as a student, finding strong mentors who could lead by example and also kind of, help me branch out into other disciplines as needed was really important. And it's, so let's say I defended about, because I've been out of grad school for like 10, 15 years. And even at this point in my career, I'm starting to recognize that there are perspectives and habits that my PhD advisor helped me develop that I didn't quite realize were, I guess, I don't want to say atypical or unusual, but it was maybe not what you would always find within a certain discipline. So he was like very eager to embrace collaborating with folks across disciplinary bounds, knowing kind of and accepting the, I guess, boundaries of what and the tools and kind of concepts that you would use for analysis, and being willing to go out and like seek other fields, bring that in, and just having like kind of an open conversation about the strengths and weaknesses of different lenses, which I thought was really important. And also just having like I think coming into research with curiosity and kind of a like respect of other fields. So you're, naturally open to learning from others as well, which I found really, really beneficial. And unfortunately, haven't always found kind of navigating different spaces along my career. So yeah, those are really nice answers. So I'm wondering for each of you, when and how did it become apparent to you that the work that you're wanting to do and the questions you want to answer require a multidisciplinary approach? And could you tell us a little bit about how you realized it and the story behind it?
I think for me, I've always had a multidisciplinary approach, but I wouldn't put that word to it. And but the moment where it clicked for me was when I read this quote by Ted Chiang, who's the author of Exhalations. He's a sci-fi novelist, and he said in a podcast that most of our fears or anxieties about technology are best understood as fears or anxieties about how capitalism will use that technology against us. And the discussion on like algorithms perpetuating or creating new inequalities or job loss caused by advanced AI, and that so those kind of questions we assume there's something wrong with like the technology itself, and that may be also the case, but it's usually the context in which it's being used and the forces, whether it's like the market forces or the biases in the industry that are leading those technologies to be used in harmful ways. So that was hearing that quote really clarified for me that I also have a place in the tech industry, and my perspective from the social sciences and looking things in like a broader social context is really important. So yeah, I would say that was my like one moment if I had to define one.
See, I tried to stay away from STEM like as long as I possibly could. But like when the pandemic first started, I was working as like a fact checker on a project, and it became apparent to me very quickly that this was something that was not possible to only do by hand. So I started looking into like training data and how I myself could get involved with doing like I guess human and like AI and how I could myself learn how to code. So I kind of fell into it.
Gotcha. I think serendipity along the way is a great way to find inspiration early in your career too. Like, why not follow those as it comes up, right? So have you either in your coursework or your project work, have you experienced any moments where you find yourself needing to convince a group that a multidisciplinary approach is needed? How has this come up? What happened? And how did you navigate that situation?
I would generally say, within the bubble of my university, I haven't had too much difficulty convincing people why we need a more multidisciplinary approach because my school is founded on like liberal arts beliefs, and there's a lot of interaction between disciplines more than other like research institution based schools. But outside of that college bubble, when I have to communicate to other people why I'm interested in technology or responsible technology, um, I usually have two approaches. So the first is I try to communicate the things we see in the news of like unintended consequences of technology that we use every day, like social media, because that's a easy way for people to understand. And recently with documentaries like The Social Dilemma and the news on like the Facebook files, it's becoming more, I guess, mainstream to talk about the bad side effects of technology on broader society and human psychology and politics. Um, so I usually approach it by talking about the news, or I try to emphasize how big there's a gap between the people who make the technology or make decisions about the technology and those who are actually being affected by it. Which now that I think back is a bit of like a sociology approach, talking about like inequality and like structural inequality. But yeah, that's what I find myself doing when I need to communicate the need for this.
I know I touched on this a little bit more with my proposal or before with my proposal strategy, but I really had that issue when I first started getting interested in the responsible tech spirit within my university. I had a few supporters early on, which were primarily PhD students and some professors, but to get the ball rolling within my studies, it was hard. And if I didn't have the support of the professors that I did, I definitely don't think it would have gone forward with my concentration. So I definitely think the proposals, if anyone is interested in starting out their journey within their universities, the speaking to each audience is like the best advice that I can give.
Yeah, I think that is a really great tie-in. I know I'm really loving both of your responses on this, where I think for myself, like I started working in, because I got interested in kind of the idea of really all tech being human by way of human-centered security and privacy. And when I was a grad student, I did some research looking at, this open question: are people's Facebook privacy settings correct? And to take a question like that, you have to really break it down. So what are their settings? Can you get insight into what they really are, and what do they want them to be? You can't, there's no one way to use social media that would match everybody's goals. And I think at the time I actually, even as a grad student coming in from a computer science perspective, I had a very computer security view of data privacy. So it's like privacy and protection of your information as an access control problem. Like, who do you want to see it, or who do you want to comment on it? Which is a very narrow sense. I think in the intervening 10 years, it's become very clear that there's a lot more at stake from an individual perspective and also societally, in terms of how this information is being used, how it's being combined, really the broader context of it. And so it's been, I think, fascinating to watch the broader conversation around technology really shift from, if we could characterize it as like a, ooh, shiny object, isn't this technology cool, into, wow, like, we can't really pretend anymore that what happens online is separate from in real life. Like, this is now, forever kind of deeply intertwined in a way that I think we really have to take seriously and grapple with. So I love the approach of, bringing up news articles and having people reflect on their actual experience and start to ask questions about that as an entry point to kind of having a robust conversation about it. And then also, bringing in Kalin, as you mentioned, still needing to have awareness of talking with different audiences. Like, there is no one way to talk about things, I think, that will resonate with everybody. Definitely found that with privacy work. So yeah, this is really fantastic. It's neat to hear both sides of it, both a situation where you're, Nayun, as you said, maybe not often coming into situations where you need to kind of defend the work or defend the multidisciplinary aspects of it. So in your experience, where have you found community or reassurance along your path? And can you tell us a little bit about what you were aiming to do and how you made these connections? How did you get through it? How did it help?
I will say All Tech is Human has been a great community for me in terms of getting access to professionals and academics and people from around the world. But on a more tangible level, I've been working on creating my own community, since I do go to a liberal arts type of school where there's a lot of students who talk about these things from different majors, like in their dorm rooms and dining halls, and it's just such a like specific place that I wanted to capture. So I created like a student-run think tank this past semester, and the way we work is we choose one topic that's interesting to us per group, and we work on that topic with around like 3 to 5 people, with the goal of condensing the information in a way that's really easy to understand without any jargon. And I've had the chance to talk with philosophy majors and CS majors and bio majors about the future of work, for example. And it's been a really reaffirming experience for sure, and it encourages me to actually put my beliefs into action of talking and thinking with other people from different backgrounds. And one thing that I love about being a student, and I know I'll definitely miss this as I get older, is it's right now as students we're kind of like united by our dreams and our aspirations and hopes instead of our like professional identities and our different daily routines and our ingrained habits. So it feels like and I think everyone should have that mentality of like being a student, even as they leave school. But right now, as a 21-year-old with surrounded by other young people with big dreams and different ways of looking at the world, it's been I think it's been a really transformative experience, finding and creating my own community while I'm surrounded by other people.
Oh my goodness, I just love your answer. That's so heartening to hear. And also just, I wanted to chime in to say that like one of the things that I've noticed working in industry is that sometimes you find yourself in moments where all it takes is to say something, like to speak up in a product meeting, to be like, wait, what? but why are we doing that? Or, what is the motivation behind this? How did we choose that metric? Does that metric really capture what we're after? Have we found the right problem? Just finding that opening to introducing like a conversation about, making sure everybody's on the same page is super important. I think there's so much room for that. And so I'm really heartened to hear that as students, you are creating community and practicing those skills so that you have some fluency with it once you get into the workforce. I think once you're in the workforce, it's hard, or like when you're in a different environment, it could be hard to discover those kind of muscles on your own. So if you've already been practicing them as in a community in your undergraduate schools, it's just a really, really neat. Yeah. Did you want to build on any of that before we move on to Kalin's?
Yeah, I appreciate what you mentioned. It's also encouraging to hear that kind of thinking also does go on in the workforce. And yeah, I think, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'll jump in a few
No,
minutes.
that's okay. Yeah, what you're saying, it reminds me too. I'm sorry, now I can't remember which one of you brought it up, but this idea of like the future of work. One thing I've been worried about is that as we're all moving toward online, we're missing the physical cues that you would get in when you're working side by side with somebody, when you're in the same room. I think it's easier to kind of like glance to the side and like share like, the micro expressions and use your eyebrows or kind of little ways to be like, are we all okay? We're all good with this. Like, no questions here, no conversation. But online, it's really hard to do that. It's hard to kind of like connect with folks that you might not talk with all the time, or people that you're not necessarily used to working with. So I've been wondering, just open question, like, are we, as we enter into kind of future of work where everything's remote, going to be finding fewer opportunities where those kind of tough conversations are happening and opening up?
Yeah, your point about tough conversations reminded me. So we have a lot of computer science majors in our think tank, which is really interesting and reaffirming to me. But a lot of them have already gotten internships at these major tech companies in Silicon Valley. And my hope is that this experience of being in the think tank will carry over to when they have like entry level positions in those companies and will be the people who will like raise their eyebrows and raise their hands and say something in the rooms where these conversations are being had.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's just great. Kalin, did you want to hop in and either build on what we're chatting about or share from your own experience, kind of how you're finding community reassurance along your path?
No, I just want to say the work that you're doing is so important because I know at my university there are minimal to no ethics courses for our School of Computer Science, and that's a work in progress on our end right now. But I'm really glad to see that the work that you're doing and know it's valued and very much respected from my end.
It is. It does feel like an exciting time right now. Well, I guess it's, in the face of there's such a huge opportunity, and also I think we are really seeing a lot of evidence of the downsides and where course corrections needed.
Yeah,
Now, Carrie, go ahead.
sorry.
No,
Yeah,
that's fine.
I really appreciate what you said, Kalin, and I hope that since remote work has become normalized during COVID, we can take one of the good sides of that, which is being able to work with people from different places. So I hope that we can keep building this community of students who talk about these things and do things about it. Because my school happens to have an STS program, but other schools that don't definitely have students who are interested in these topics. So yeah, I hope through this conference and through future opportunities, through All Tech is Human, we can all just start working together more and yeah, just work online and make the best of what we can.
All right. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the questions coming in our group chat. So we had a question from Susan Reynolds. She's wondering, so, we're chatting a little bit about how some of the peers in the group are seeing the issues of living in the digital world. She's curious if, kind of how many of your peers see it in the same way you do. She comments that what we find is that many of the high school advocates for a healthier, responsible digital world feel like outliers.
So, oh, sorry, Kalin, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry I cut you off. I definitely felt that way, but I had a research conference at George Mason that was displaying the research projects for all of the seniors within my major, and it was pretty small. It was only about 20 presenters, and I was at a table with another student that was presenting on harmful information on the internet and how it impacted like the development of, I think it was high school seniors. And I also had a similar topic. Mine was on disinformation online. So both about like ethical technology. And we were at the same table and we were in the same major, but I had never met her in my 4 years within that major. So I think while we often feel disconnected, like so many of these students and even at my university are doing this work, we just don't know that we exist. That's why I think All Tech is Human is great because, I met a PhD student that was attending my university doing the same work that I was doing or very similar work. So we all definitely exist. It's finding each other, which is what All Tech is Human is great for.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Kalin, that finding each other is the problem, because there are other people like us who exist out there, and I would assume that most of my peers are at least aware of these issues because a lot of people my age are on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and all these social media apps consumes so many hours of their day, even if they are aware of how addicting it is. So we feels like our generation is this guinea pig generation of how, the impacts of tech on our psychology. And I don't know that we have the tools to um, get rid of our addictions. I don't know what the right word is, but I think, are very much aware that there's a problem, but we don't know how to solve them yet or where to find other people who are talking about these issues. But I am pretty optimistic that we will, over time, find each other and find solutions and also work across generations and different countries and universities and cultures and yeah, etc.
What advice would you give to someone who's interested in getting involved or interested in kind of starting out on a similar path that you're on?
I think I said this previously, but know your audience and speak to your audience because I had a really hard time with that in the beginning because I didn't know a lot about STEM or technology. But now that I do, it's just important to like know the terminology that the other group is familiar with and use it.
Kalin, sorry to put you on the spot a little bit. So I remember you saying that you avoided STEM for as long as possible. And so I'm curious, how did you take your first steps into it when you decided that I think you said you realized that you needed automation, you needed some of those tools. So how did you do that?
I was working with a professor who works in the urban computing lab at George Mason University. And I was doing the like non-STEM portion of a project, whereas he was doing like the like running the AI modules. And so I asked him what I should do to start. And so I was really heavily like guided through like where to go for like entry coding. So I was very lucky and I had a lot of help.
Great. Thanks for indulging me on that. Nayan, what about you? What advice would you give to somebody who's interested in getting started?
I would say read a lot of books. That seems like such a cliche, but that's what has gotten me into this field. And I would say read books in the field that you are already interested in. So for me, I read The Age of Surveillance Capitalism by Shoshana Zuboff. And that has a more sociological and historical approach. And I was interested in capitalism to begin with, and reading this book on how the modern form of capitalism in the tech industry really grabbed my attention. And another book I'm reading is called Small is Beautiful, and the subtitle is Economics as if People Mattered, and it's by E.F. Schumacher. And this book was written like 40, 50 years ago about the ecological crisis, and it's advocating for environmental conservation from an economic and spiritual philosophy. And it has nothing to do with technology, but I saw the similar kinds of problems described in surveillance capitalism reflected in this book about the environmental crisis. Briefly, just in that tech companies are exploiting human psychology as if it's like an infinite pool of resources, like they exploit nature. So reading those books got me interested in the tech industry. And if you talked to me maybe a year ago, I would have not ever thought of working in this field. But because I read those books, I found myself here and been having so many interesting conversations and meeting really cool people. So my advice is to read what's interesting to you in this field and develop your way of looking at the world, and be open to other ways of looking at the world at the same time.
Oh, as an avid reader, I really love that advice. I think that is very great advice. So we have a couple of minutes left. Is there anything that you'd like to offer as a closing remark, or any of the questions that we talked about already that you want to revisit? I'll leave it up to you.
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I would say, as my closing remark, in my sociology class, we often talk about this phrase from the 1960s feminist movement that the personal is political. And this phrase seems to keep applying to our society in different contexts. But I think our personal experiences with tech are symptoms of social and economic and political situations or contexts that we live in. So all of our personal experiences have something interesting to say about the world, and we all are affected by these things. So I think everybody should get engaged in this conversation. And yeah, I think to other students, I would encourage to just stay curious. And if anyone is interested in joining the community of the Lantern or the think tank, I would be so happy to talk to anybody and just chat about that. But yeah, also love to hear what Kalin has to say.
My best advice is just to take it one opportunity at a time, because you could be like me and hate STEM, or you could hate liberal arts and writing, and then end up doing exactly that.
Well, thank you so much. I really love all the insights that we've covered, and hearing about your personal experiences and just sharing it. I think there's a lot to be optimistic about, and I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what you all contribute to the community. I think it's really fantastic.
All right, what a wonderful discussion. And then also, since we were down a panelist, I'm going to use just a couple minutes to really hear about Maritza's own background, really in this kind of multidisciplinary field. So Kalin and Nayun, thank you so much for this. And Nayun, you mentioned the age of surveillance capitalism. So I grabbed that doorstopper, all 650 pages of motivation, but we hear that a lot at All Tech is Human, is that it tends to be, reading Kathy O'Neill or seeing some of the work of Timnit Gebru and others that motivate people to space, whether it's the activism or whether it's the writing. So there's plenty of great books to be had here. So I'm going to send both of you off screen, and then have a little bit of discussion. So multidisciplinary, right? Hot words sometimes used somewhat interchangeably with interdisciplinary, although slightly different. But how is that? How do you think that's possible in the world of academia? Do you have any kind of insights on that? Because that's something we didn't really get at yet. Do you find that challenging in this environment?
Oh, you know, I guess I do kind of think it is a little bit challenging. I think there's a lot of opportunity and there's so much great work that can be done if you embrace a multidisciplinary approach.
Mhm.
And then at times, I think that you may find there are some barriers within academia to really getting that done, depending on the institution that you're at. So if you find me on LinkedIn or look at my website, you'll notice that I've hopped around between industry and academia and research scientist jobs quite a few times. And I, after grad school, decided not to pursue a tenure track job. And part of that was when I interviewed for a few. And so coming out, I was a combo human-centered computing plus security. And I really felt when I was interviewing that the places where I was looking, they either wanted a security person who could moonlight as an HCI person or an HCI person who could moonlight as a security person, and weren't interested at that time in somebody that took kind of, like, I was interdisciplinary from the start. I went into grad school working with an advisor who was, I kind of joke, he's a literal graybeard in the computer security field. And, you know, he had no experience in HCI, but he'd worked in industry and seen the problems that were coming up by ignoring the human factors of security work, and wanted to work with a student willing to investigate that area. And so for 6 years, we worked very closely together. And actually starting from day one, he's just like, I know it's a problem. I can't direct you into how to solve the problem, but I can introduce you to people who can. And so, you know, I really had this great chance to kind of, as a grad student, take a well-rounded approach to that, that I found over time, you know, sometimes that was welcomed and sometimes that was a little hard to navigate. I'm glad I didn't know any better, so I just, you know, did it from the start.
Well, do you find that as a potential barrier, especially in academia, it tends to reward hyper specialization? Do you find that there's a counter type of current that's happening with the overall responsible tech movement that's looking for someone to kind of take your verbiage? I was thinking, hey, we don't want the graham cracker and we don't just want the chocolate, we want a s'mores, right? We want something that's kind of blending the two. So do you find, I'd love to kind of hear about your own journey. Have you found that to be challenging? Because it seems like you're able to carve your own career out. So definitely be interested, especially since students listening would love to be kind of, you know, better understand their ability to kind of carve out their own path.
Right. Oh, it's such a good question. I think one of the things that has helped me is to really seek out strong partnerships. I love, basically, like at this point, I never want to work alone. I think there are a lot of, in academia, I can feel like it is kind of a solo sport, and that's not what I'm after. So even as a grad student, I was really interested in, you know, meeting other grad students, hearing their interests, having, you know, rich conversations about you know, what are the open research questions? How are you pursuing it? I think I kind of just took that with me over the years. And now looking back, I realize that all of those relationships that I formed early on, everybody's kind of still in the field. So you go back to them. I guess I want to say, like, all the time spent networking and the time making friends and going to internships and, you know, getting to know various people in the field is totally worth the investment. And over the years, I think is something that's worth going back to. And I think that's what I'm finding now, where maybe at some point in grad school, I felt pressure to be one person who could do everything. And I don't feel that pressure anymore. So I'm very comfortable saying, like, I don't know. Very comfortable asking questions like, hey, you know, I noticed that you're referencing this framework. I've actually never heard of that. Could you tell me about it? And just not trying to pretend like I'm going to be this kind of like solo person, because I think it does take so many approaches. It's like, for me, my background is in computer science. And unfortunately, that actually buys me a lot of leeway to get invited into conversations. it's like, oh, we need a technical person. I'm like, okay, sure. And then you can work with other people and build out this rounder team so that you can get the different perspectives, which I think is really what's needed. So like, I like to be the person in the room who's helping to make space for others to contribute so that we can get more of it.
That's what we're trying to do. That's why we're holding this Responsible Tech University Summit, right? We do need to bring in those new voices and have leaders like yourself, help out, pay it forward. But my final question
Sure.
is really going to be at, what do you think the path forward for a lot of people who are kind of self-selecting out of the system? And I'll give a little bit of context with that. I get a lot of questions, especially on our Slack group, where people say, hey, I want to get involved in this tech space, but tech is a very loaded word. We think of, to your point, of the CS degree, we think of it, you have to have a CS degree, right?
Right.
So we think of that just as this pathway. We mentally think of Stanford and CS and going into Silicon Valley, right? But you have a lot of people who have a legal background or a social background, a psych background, philosophy, and they're saying, I want to take part, but this is a tech conversation. So am I welcome? Right. So a lot of times they're not inviting themselves to the party because they feel like I won't be joined in, or I won't be invited in, because it's not a space where there's a pathway. So any insight or recommendations around how we can get some of these folks who should be part of this, because all tech is human, right? So it's affecting us on this deeper social level. It impacts the human condition. It impacts how we see the world. It impacts the future of democracy. Those are social thinkers, right? We need not only problem solvers, but problem finders, right? So I'm curious of your thoughts on that.
This is something that, wanting to crack that is really what motivated me to go to USD and create the Center for Digital Civil Society. It's like, to me, it is not just about the people who are working with the data and literally running the commands and collecting the data sets and doing the analysis. Like, what I want is an open conversation where everybody feels comfortable participating and being in the room to feel empowered to talk with the people who are working with the data, working with the people who are working with the data, I think I really loved the way, like, Joy says this, encoded bias. It's like, if you have a face, you have an opinion about facial recognition. Like, it's not about having to know how to implement it. You're experiencing it, and you can, everybody should be empowered to ask questions about what's going on. I think feel like it's reasonable that you should be able to get a simple answer about what's going on, and that could be the entryway. I think also I really loved how our student panelists suggested that Naeem said, read a lot of books. I think nerding out on a topic, any topic, is a great way to connect with people. Like, I love talking with people who want to nerd out on anything. Like, tell me about the thing that you went on a rabbit hole on lately, and then we can connect. I think you can kind of use that as a way to just find people who are willing to have good conversations instead of, I'm not going to say you can avoid jerks. Unfortunately, some people are just jerks about the work, but you can kind of ignore that and find good pockets of people to work with.
Well, here's to nerding out, because I think that's why we have this community here. That's what All Tech is Human tries to push out. And to your point around coded bias and Joy's great statement, that's a lot of what we try to push as well, right? No application without representation. If you're being impacted by something, you should influence it. And guess what? We're all being influenced by technology. Ergo, we should all be involved in the process of how it's developed, designed, and deployed. So I really appreciate all of this incredible work that you're doing and the leadership that you're having. So again, we've got all of your information in the shared document. Everyone can check out and follow along. So Maritza, thank you so much. I'm just going to knock both of us off of screen here. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're just going to go on a 10-minute break. And our next panel, we're going to be talking about responsible tech unicorns, practitioners working to build a better tech future. Stretch your legs, grab a cup of coffee, check out that networking feature, check out the shared document. If you have resources you want to add it right there. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. If you're just joining us, welcome. You're at the Responsible Tech University Summit, where we're really trying to get new voices involved in the responsible tech movement, the movement to reduce the harms of technology, diversify the tech pipeline, and ensure that technology is aligned with the public interest. Really excited about the next panel that we have coming up, where we're going to have Veronica Irwin, a tech reporter, who's going to be moderating this conversation. We're going to be looking at who are the practitioners, who are these individuals who are involved in this space. Oftentimes, the general public is not really, is not in the know about the backgrounds, the education journeys, these career paths that these individuals, oftentimes who have a transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary type background, sometimes with cross-sector experience, and that are really tirelessly working towards building a better tech future. So really excited about this conversation. So I'm going to bring up Veronica. So Veronica, great to have you here today.
How's it going? Nice to see you.
It's going pretty well. I'm powered on coffee as we've got a long day of talks, up early, trying to get everything ready. But again, I need not only coffee, I need this great conversation to really inspire me, especially seeing all the great work that's happening. And I know the article that you did on these kind of responsible tech unicorns, which you may talk about. We'll be sharing that in our shared document, which anyone can check out, and also going to be putting that in the chat. So without further ado, though, I'm going to hand over the reins to you, and then I'll bring on all of your panelists.
Awesome. Yeah, really excited to talk about this topic, responsible tech unicorns. We have 3 of them with us today. I guess to start, we'll just do introductions, brief introductions. I am a tech reporter at the San Francisco Examiner, covering the tech industry through a hyper-local lens, San Francisco specific stories, but lucky for me, despite what you've heard about the tech exodus in Miami and Texas, I still think it's the techiest city in America. So it's a pretty good city to be covering tech from a local lens, if I must say so myself. And yeah, I'll hand that over to you guys. Who would like to introduce themselves next?
I can go first. Hi, Veronica. Thank you so much for having us today. And hi, everyone. So excited to be here. My name is Ellie Sakhai. I'm a senior program manager at Microsoft, and I work in the Office of Responsible AI at Microsoft. Prior to joining Microsoft, I was a Congressional Innovation Fellow working with Congress on technology public policy. And prior to that, I was a lead machine learning scientist at Samsung, leading a team on developing AI algorithms for autonomous vehicles. So as you can see, my background is very much AI R&D and government sector experience. And now I'm back to industry working on a lot of responsible tech issues. I also have a PhD in computer science and recently received my MBA degree. So excited to be here. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us, all of you.
Hi, so happy to be here with everyone. Nice to meet you all virtually. I'm Amy Bataclan. I'm the Senior Communications Manager at Partnership on AI. PAI is a global nonprofit multi-stakeholder organization that brings together diverse voices from the tech industry, but also from civil society and from academia to talk about actually, how can we make AI work to benefit people and society. I joined PAI after about a decade in different communications roles, working on everything from PR with tech companies, but also I spent several years working in the climate space and trying to educate the American public on the importance of an issue like climate change, and now working on trying to educate a broader public and on the importance of AI and how it impacts them and how we can create more ethical and responsible solutions.
Amazing. I'm so honored to be on this panel with both you, Ellie and Amy. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Denise Olagi. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am a woman in my 30s. I'm multiracial, Asian, Latina, I'm sitting here in my home office in the Bay Area in California. I have black hair, gold highlights, black outfit, and I have some clear rimmed glasses on. I'm really excited to be here. I'm a senior program manager for the accessibility and product inclusion team at Yahoo. I've been working there for over 3 years. And before that, I had a multifaceted career in education and nonprofit. So really excited to talk about this topic with you all. In terms of my academic background, I have a BA from Cal in ethnic studies. I have a multiple subject teaching credential from SF State. And I have a master's in policy and organizational change leadership from Stanford University. So excited to get the conversation going.
Awesome. Thanks, you guys. I'm super excited to be moderating this panel with everyone. And thanks, Denise, for kind of taking the lead on the accessibility cues there. I should probably do the same. My pronouns are she and her, wearing a ponytail and AirPods and a turtleneck and just here in my living room. But that is a good thing to do. So thank you for taking the lead on that. To kind of give a little bit of context about what this panel is discussing, like David said, I wrote an article about this concept of responsible tech unicorns back in September. It's a term that I heard from him first, calling people responsible tech unicorns. And it's just kind of using that word, to describe something unique and something that's an outlier, often when we're describing a startup that's a unicorn or something like that, to talk about how many people in this responsible tech space don't have the academic backgrounds or the professional backgrounds that someone might immediately think of when they think of the word technologist. This industry is becoming increasingly interdisciplinary and it needs diverse voices and diverse perspectives. And I think that's a really exciting trend as a reporter to kind of look at. And I'm excited to talk to all of you about the topic today. So just to kind of start, since we're talking to university students, I wanted to kind of ask some questions relevant for those that are interested in entering the space and might be applying to jobs themselves or internships or things like that. What kind of an academic background, or how do you explain the academic background that you have? Like, what do you need to be a responsible tech unicorn? What classes are important to kind of play up? What aspects or learning experiences or perspectives from your academic background are important to emphasize when you're interested in entering this space? And I'll let whoever wants to step in first go ahead, and if we get into a pattern, I'll start calling up people.
I can go first. So as I described in my intro, I'm actually going to turn the question on its head and answer it with what skills I think someone needs. I think folks can come into this work in a variety of academic paths. And I also will preface my comments with saying, like, I'm very enormously privileged to have the education background that I do. And, I think that folks can come into this with a diverse set of academic paths. So I just want to lay out and say that for me, I think the skills that were really integral and that I've seen work well for me in the work that I do is critical thinking. So for example, I studied ethnic studies as an undergraduate, and it's really the interdisciplinary thinking around society, race, and intersectionality of identity and power and privilege in our society, and how folks may benefit or not from different systemic hierarchies or oppressions within our society. So I think critical thinking was like key to how I approach my work. Why is it that that's the way we do things? How can we break tradition? How can we innovate and be creative? And I think that's especially helpful when you think about technology, right? And folks coming into the work of technology who may not necessarily have a traditional tech background. I think that's actually an asset in the work, is that people can question and say, like, oh, well, why is it done that way? Or, can we think of a different way to do it? So I just want to start by saying that skill set, and for me, speaking personally about my academic journey, I think that understanding of history and where we've come from as a society has really helped too, to think about the institutions in place or the policies in place that have either disadvantaged or benefited certain groups of people in our society. And thinking about, like I said, that power and privilege dynamic has really helped my understanding and lens and mindset around, okay, then how does technology, which can be a tool to either benefit or disadvantage folks, similarly can also play into the policies and institutions that we have in our world. So anyway, I'll pause there. That's a kind of a big conceptual overview of my initial thoughts.
Totally, and thank you for that.
I'll go ahead and jump in. I think as the person with the fewest degrees on the panel, I have a bachelor's in communications and political economy. So I think I can be some, show that even with a very non-traditional tech background and with, 1 degree, like, you can be in this space. I think I'll echo what Denise said with regards to, having an interdisciplinary background and having critical thinking skills are really important. But also, I've seen some comments in the chat about how, everything is tech nowadays. And so that's true for just about everything. So my degrees are in communication and, spent many years in my career being the digital media person. So working with tech in a consumer facing way, but also learning about it and understanding it and, uncovering some of the things that, may be problematic with the way that those technologies work. And then also, if you are doing like a policy or an economics background, everything is tech. So there's the policy conversation that's being had right now. There's thinking about, the economic impacts on different types of populations and how those, how technology plays into that and, either makes those problems worse or can help alleviate those problems. So I think really any background can become a tech background. I think there's so many different roles in tech companies nowadays, and there's so many different organizations that have voices in the tech space, specifically in the responsible tech space, because there's so much research that needs to be done. There's so many different ways to approach the problem. So, I feel like we're not answering your question by saying it's really everything. But it really is, I want to make sure that folks out there know, especially who are still, in school, that just because you aren't leaning specifically towards STEM specific degree, that doesn't mean that you can't be part of this field. If I am on this panel, then you can certainly be one day as well.
Wonderful. Thank you, Denise and Amy, for sharing your experiences. I'll just add to that, like you mentioned, it is a very multidisciplinary field these days. And even when you look into the future of how this will evolve, things like philosophy and social sciences, things that are very, we think, traditional that are remotely connected to tech, are getting more and more voices in the space, especially because when we think about how these AI systems will evolve in the future, how will they impact humanity, right? So these are becoming very connected with philosophy aspect as well. So one thing that I would say, exactly like Amy mentioned, whatever background that you have is probably very much connected to responsible tech. So I would just recommend that get an idea of what is out there. Like, let's say, take simple courses that cover the very basics of AI systems, for example. There are a lot of Coursera courses, a lot of LinkedIn Learning courses, a lot of courses that are obviously offered in your university and around. Other universities have open and publicly available. So I encourage you to get the basics of the tech, get an idea of the basics. You don't have to go into the details. You don't have to understand how things are implemented, but you just need to know an idea of, like, okay, how does this thing actually work? What does it mean when people say natural language processing? So what are these agents are, right? Just basics. And one skill that I would recommend is basically learning to learn, because the field evolves so fast that even if you know everything today, it will get obsolete 2-3 years from now. So knowing how to quickly grasp new topics, new concepts, things that come your way that you have never heard of, is going to be very helpful. So I had a completely tech-oriented background. I'm a researcher. I was a researcher, and I jumped into a world of public policy that I had no background in, but I could bring my tech experience to the public policy conversation. So I had to quickly learn, how does thing get passed in the Senate? How does a bill work? How a bill goes from a conception to going to the floor. So learning these things along the way was very helpful to get things done. So I think one of the skills that I would recommend is trying to learn things. Basically, the skill that is needed is going to be learning to learn.
Absolutely. Thanks all of you for that. And I hope that people in the audience, I wish I could see who's listening. I hope that they're listening to the way you guys describe why the multidisciplinary background is so important, because I think that's also half the battle is explaining why your background, even if it's not in a STEM degree, like why it is relevant to tech when it comes to applying to these jobs. I'll give a source of mine a quick shout out. Her name is Sajud Dalier, and she actually is creating a startup. It's an app that helps you connect to mentors and peers in the space. But the whole pitch for it is teaching people that are currently university students or early in their career how to make sense and draw a narrative out of their interdisciplinary backgrounds, even if they're only 2-3 years into their careers, like why that freshman internship that might not seem relevant helps inform their perspective on a different topic. And I think that's going to be increasingly important for students entering the space as well. My next question is also the flip side of that. A lot of this has to do with the way that you personally put ideas together and think critically. When did you all realize that, oh, I'm the kind of person that is prepared to and wants to and has the energy and resilience to enter this really complex and developing space? What do you think it's about your personality or your work ethic or the way you approach problems that makes you the right person to interface between all these different interdisciplinary teams?
I can jump in. I think I'll mention a couple of things. I recently listened to a podcast with a man named Jonathan Fields, who has a book called Sparked, which is about, what kind of work really, sparks you, what makes you interested, makes you come alive. And I found out that like my sparketype, as he defined it, is the sage. So as a communicator, that means I really enjoy collecting all sorts of knowledge. Like I just like all sorts of different types of knowledge and then sharing it out. And I think that's become really true for me in my career. But specific to this, I think, really what we've been talking about is being able to see the intersections, the connections of different fields. So for example, I mentioned that I come from the climate space, and what people used to tell me when I told them what I did, they'd say, "Oh, that's so great that you're working on the environment." And I would, as we know now, like, climate affects health, it affects the economy, it affects inequality. So I feel like that kind of thinking is what, the things that I could start to see in my day to day when I was working in digital media and thinking, okay, well, we are being recommended all sorts of content from algorithms, and what is happening here? What is happening? What are these systems? Who's making them? What considerations are there? And what are the different potential impacts in all of these different fields? So I think that kind of thinking, when I first got introduced to the concept of, ethical AI, responsible tech and human rights, whichever way you want to call it, being able to notice that what I was living in practice, or what I was doing in practice with digital media, and what, making those connections was really what made me really interested and want to be in this field.
I can jump in and tell you a little bit about my background and how I got here. Like I said, I was a researcher, and as a researcher, you probably end up doing a lot of heads down, read the literature, implement things, deploy things. So it was very much narrow field of view in a certain area, right? For example, in autonomous vehicles, I was focusing on computer vision, and computer vision particularly for tracking objects for autonomous vehicles. On the side, I was volunteering with a nonprofit on climate action. And this nonprofit is basically advocating for a bill that is putting pricing for carbon emission. So that was my first introduction into the connection between public policy that they were advocating for and the world of climate change. So I started thinking about how can I connect my technical background with something that has such a big impact, which is basically in the space of public policy. So I started looking into areas that I can connect the two. I can bring tech to public policy, and I realized that actually there is a problem that our lawmakers do not have that much of, or did not have at least that much of technical skills in their staff so that they can keep up to date to the really fast evolving world of especially AI. So I noticed that smaller think tanks especially are recognizing this, and there are opportunities for connecting these two, tech and public policy. So that's where I entered the world of public policy from a completely technical background. And being in Congress, I was really excited and inspired by the amount of work that goes into like figuring things out, how we can address the emerging issues. So I was really inspired by how impactful this work is. And I started looking into the next step in my career to be going back in tech and actually implementing these higher level of responsible AI, responsible tech principles. That's where I am in Office of Responsible AI in Microsoft, where we basically try to think about how to operationalize these principles into making products actually being responsible and safe and reliable.
Love that. I want to hear more about your work, Ellie. So for me, it's a little bit different because I started actually as a teacher. So when I was an undergrad, I was a student activist, and I knew that I wanted to make direct impact in the community, especially with marginalized folks and underrepresented communities. So I knew I wanted to become a teacher. I got my credential right after undergrad, and I thought, to be honest, that I would be a teacher forever. I really love working with families and with students, with kids. I taught first grade, I taught fourth grade, I taught middle school, and I did that for about 6 or 7 years. And then I was able to have the opportunity to actually pivot into nonprofit and ed tech. And along the way, I kind of was working with a lot of technology and tools, as you might imagine. Technology is infiltrating classrooms all over the place, and my curriculum. And I really found that I was always constantly adjusting the technology and the tools to meet my students' needs, and also, to be honest, my own needs. I have low vision. I identify as disabled, and so that was happening parallel with the needs of all my students, whether it be their learning needs or their ability needs or their language needs or their cultural needs. And so I thought to myself, through this transition of working in nonprofit, I interned at a great nonprofit in San Francisco during graduate school called Common Sense Media, which works on digital curriculum and citizenship curriculum for students and thinking about critically how technology can impact our kids' lives. And then, long story short, I also was able to work at an ed tech company, and I was like, oh my goodness, what if I was on the other side of creating products and tools and technology for folks, as opposed to just being the end user, constantly scrambling and adapting for our needs. And so I really saw that as a moment to be empowered to make the change then and be more closer to the center of creation. And that's what led me on my journey to really understand what accessibility and product inclusion was all about. So this kind of ties to your beginning question, Veronica, too, around education. I was totally self-taught. Like, I had an ethnic studies, history, sociological kind of viewpoint. From my academic standing, I had no technical background in terms of computer science or design. And so I really taught myself all about UX design, accessibility guidelines, how to build products, and then pivoted my career in that direction. And to be honest, I had no idea this whole field existed. I went to a diversity panel that was free, open to the public, and one of the companies on the panel talked about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and including their users with disabilities in their product lifecycle, and they had an accessibility team. I literally tapped the woman on the shoulder after the panel and said, "Can you tell me more?" And here I am today, working at Yahoo as an educator and as an internal program manager. But I don't think there was like one specific turning point that there was a light bulb going off. I think it was an accumulation of, to be honest, many years of me doing trial and error in different sectors, whether it be education or ed tech or nonprofit, and finding where I wanted to be in terms of how close do I want to be to the impact I'm making, right? Because as a teacher, I was very much on the front lines. With ed tech and nonprofit, I felt like I was one step removed. I was working still with schools and communities. And then now in technology at my current role, I'm definitely way more removed, but I'm still, I think, hopefully making an impact that reverberates throughout the work that we do as a global tech company.
I love how much that story goes back to just tech tools in the classroom and having to constantly update tech tools. Because I say, when I try to describe why I ended up being a tech reporter, I went to one of the first Apple distinguished schools, and my teachers were just constantly struggling because they had to use all the different bells and whistles, and they had to update all the different bells and whistles. And I feel like my own passion in this space, a lot of it goes back to those early days of just like watching and kind of evaluating how much are tools actually helping people and actually like adding to the educational experience versus not. We should talk more about that. I would love to report just on ed tech if I could for a couple of years. And another thing that I wanted to ask about, because I've been spending the last 3 weeks talking to a lot of graduating university students entering the tech industry about kind of how the ethics of different companies, how they're judging the ethics of different companies, and like whether they actually would want to work for that company, where they think they can have an impact, kind of in context of the Facebook papers. A lot of students I've been speaking with say that they were most concerned by that story because it was a Facebook employee speaking out, and that said to them, oh gosh, the internal company culture must be really not great. Employees must not be happy there. Maybe I could make a big impact at Facebook. That's what they were balancing. Maybe I can impact all these issues that the Facebook papers just raised, but how do I balance that with the internal company culture, and how much will I be allowed to make change? And so I kind of want to turn that to you. A lot of those students didn't really know how to evaluate that push and pull in deciding where they would want to work and judging how much impact they can have. How do you guys approach that discussion? Wanting to have impact, but at a company or consulting with companies or partnering with companies, but then maybe not having a perfect ethical track record themselves.
That's a difficult question. Especially because from outside, it's very hard to judge what is going on exactly inside the company, right? So a lot of these are, it's hard to say what is going on behind closed doors. So besides talking to people that are working in that company, but even if you do that, that's a small sample set, right? So your sample set could be very biased because you're talking to person X who had a great experience and person Y who had a horrible experience, or maybe all your sample set had great experiences. So even that is not very representative of what is actually going on. I would say, let's ask the question of which companies are more open to change rather than which companies already have a good ethical culture. So what company has the culture of being open to new ideas, is more receptive of new ideas? So I think those are the companies that you can make a bigger impact, because even if they have a great ethical culture and you go in and you have a new idea and they're not open to that, and that is less inspiring, at least for me, compared to a company that is, I can feel that, okay, this is a company that are open to new changes, new ideas. They want to move with the, I would say, wave of what public interest is and what the society wants. And that is where I can make an impact, because I can bring ideas to the table, and then that they will hear voice, and there I can make an impact. So I would say that it is equally important to think about how much you can have a say, or how that company culture is open to change, even if today they don't have an ethical team or ethics team or responsible tech team, right? So you can build that, just having this thought in mind that which one I can have a bigger say in. I think that is also equally important in terms of culture.
I think that's somewhat similar to, from an organizational perspective. PAI works with a lot of different tech companies, and they all have different levels of maturity in terms of what their responsible AI teams look like. But I think what we think about is, um, is there benefit to bringing them in and having them, interface and interact with the other people in our partnership, the civil society groups, the advocates, the academic researchers, and having them learn from that. Because if they, for example, didn't have the best ethical track record, is it helping them and the industry, or is it hurting them to not even invite them to the table to have that conversation and to be able to learn from those different stakeholders? So, when we think about, what will have the bigger impact to be able to turn somebody away or to welcome them in and let them really be involved in the work, it really is measuring, that thinking about that end impact that we want to have. And, it, so that's definitely similar to, I think, what Ellie was trying to say in terms of, how open are they to change, and how much can you as an individual employee influence that, or at least on our part as like a multi-stakeholder group that brings them together, have some sort of influence on the company. From an individual standpoint, I also want to say that if you don't take the job, someone else will, and they might not have that dedication to responsibility, to ethics that you have. So I think that's all things that need to be considered. Obviously, folks need to do what's best for them, but it is one of those things where you think about, like, if you don't do it, what happens? So just some things to consider.
I love what both of you said. I think this question is so challenging, and yeah, Amy, you pretty much took the words out of my mouth. I was pretty much going to say, like, it's up to you whether it aligns with your moral compass or not. And if you have the ability and privilege to pass on the job, right, and wait for something that aligns better with what you're looking for, then do it. If you want to try it out and take the small risk that it might not work out, but you want to make change and push for what you believe in your role in your company, then try that too. So I think there's no wrong or right answer. I do think that there are certain signals, though, that a company can give, right? Like kind of Ellie, you were alluding to this as well, in terms of resources that they actually put behind what they say they're going to do or what they say they stand for. So, right, you can look at, if a company does have certain job openings around certain topics or titles, if they put out messaging around that. But then the caveat there is, like, you also sometimes can't figure out, though, if that's just PR or if they're actually doing the hard work behind the scenes. So I think there are certain signals, but then my message is, like, don't read totally into the signals as well. So it's tricky to figure out, but I think, like you said, Amy, make sure it's the best decision for yourself.
So I know that's a really difficult question that's kind of scary to answer, I think, for a lot of folks, but thank you for tolerating it because I really think it's a question that's weighing on a lot of students that I've spoken to. University students are thinking about it, I think, a lot, especially right now. And so it's important to kind of hear from people who are already in the space about how you evaluate that back and forth.
Sorry to interrupt. One more thing that came to my mind that I would like to add before we move on from this topic. I think in big companies, it's also it varies team to team, right? One team is very open to these responsible tech elements, and whatever they are, like, it's a product team, and the neighboring team is developing another product, but they care less about the responsible side of things, and they want to move faster. So both of these may fall under the overall umbrella of the company, and company would be open to both of these approaches. But it varies a lot between team to team, even if a company has the culture overall. So it's very hard to judge, actually.
Very valid point. Totally. Once you're already at a company, I think this might end up being our last question because I know we're coming to the end of time. So I'm gonna broaden one of the questions that I had kind of planned. When it comes to like once you're actually at a company and you want to improve the company culture in some way, we haven't talked enough about how important ethnic, racial, gender, ability diversity is also really important in addition to diversity of perspective. But maybe there's something else about the culture that you really want to change. Maybe they don't understand work-life balance and that's impeding on the work. Maybe, I don't know, they need more interdisciplinary communication or inter-team communication, whatever it is. Do you have any tips for folks that might want to improve the company culture? How do you leverage your presence on a team to get a company to be more ethical internally once you're already there?
For me, this is Denise. I think storytelling and being authentic is really helpful in my experience. So, for example, being vulnerable and sharing your own personal journey or connection to the work. So for me, that means accessibility and product inclusion is really both a professional passion of mine, but also personally near and dear to my heart, but also the experiences of our users, right? So oftentimes, for example, we'll bring folks in and co-create products with them. So for example, we just launched a Yahoo Fantasy campaign around the awareness of how it works with screen readers. So folks who are blind or visually impaired are able to really access and have delight while using our Yahoo Fantasy app. And then on the flip side, it's representation too, right? Of who do you have actually creating the products on those product teams, and what identities do they have and bring with them to work. So I just want to point that out, that that's something I think is really important, or thinking about representation of who's on the team, but then also, thinking authentically around storytelling and what is it that you're doing? What is your company building? Who is the end user? Who are you building for? And really co-creating and hearing from them.
I'm going to interject really quickly also because I haven't asked. If anybody in the audience has questions, plug them in the chat and I might be able to get to those after this.
Yeah, definitely want to see what the folks in the audience have on their minds for the panel. What I was going to say is I think once you're in a company or in an organization, and you see something that you would like to change, you're likely not the only one. I think finding your tribe, you're finding your team, finding sponsors and mentors or allies. I'm not sure what the best term here is, but really, building alliances within, because once you see that need, it's likely that you can show it to someone else, explain to someone else, or someone else has already seen it. And that way, you all can work together to help affect said change. One thing I'll note is, at PAI, one of our research fellows has been doing a lot of interviews across different AI teams on the issue of attrition, which is, the failure to retain people from, marginalized identities. And I think even in cases where folks, I don't want to mischaracterize his research, but even in cases where folks felt as though they were their diversity, they couldn't bring their full selves to work. Having good managers and having good teams is something that kept them in the company. And so I think finding not just an organization, but really a manager and a team or other sponsors within the organization that you work for who have aligned values and who see you for who you are and what you're trying to do. I think that's really the most important thing. People, I've seen this many a times, I'm not sure who to attribute it to, but people don't leave jobs, they leave managers. And so really, who you work with is one of the most important things.
Yeah, I would also just echo what Amy mentioned, that there are often channels that you can raise your concern. If you see something, they say, if you see something, say something, right? So I want to address the fact that it doesn't have to be a big change that you want to bring. It can be a tiny issue that you're observing with a product that company is putting out there. For example, I had folks that observe a certain thing with the way that a product works for marginalized communities, and then just try to find channels that raise the flag for that particular product. That, hey, people who work in this responsible tech for Microsoft, I'm seeing this product behaving this way for this particular person. This was my friend experiencing this particular problem with this product. What should we do to fix that for the bigger society, right? So even raising a flag that at least big companies have channels for that. You're raising this kind of flags that I'm observing this, maybe this slipped somewhere, right? Those are changes that will kind of replicate through the society, even if you think that that's very tiny. But even that single simple observation that you have could have a big impact, because somebody in the product team will look at that, maybe it slipped through cracks, and then raising it from a perspective of somebody who they didn't have in a team to bring that perspective would be very valuable. So it doesn't have to be a big change. It can be just flagging something very tiny. And yeah, hopefully companies do have those channels. If they don't have those channels, like Amy said, there are probably allies that could help build those channels. But I think it could be very simple. Even simple things could have huge impact on society.
Absolutely. And I think a question that we got in the chat from Ben Grazda is a good direct follow-up to this, which is just what kind of resources or support for tech workers would empower people at tech companies, especially those from traditionally marginalized communities, to speak out about harms at the tech companies. Does anybody have anything to add specifically with that?
So I can just talk about my own experience. And often there are, in terms of resources, there are often internal communications or internal summits or internal conferences that are focused on these topics. Some companies have that. If not, if there are channels that you can raise these issues, those are things that kind of help marginalized communities to speak up and bring those concerns that they have to the product teams. So at least I can think of these two channels that often exist in big companies. Smaller companies are often easier because in startups, you just walk up to the CEO and just tell them something, right? So it's very different culture. But in larger companies, often these processes have been thought of to bring these voices. And obviously in conferences and internal summits and gatherings, that these are also good resources for speaking up on issues that may have slipped through cracks.
I think from, this is Denise, from my experience, a lot of the times, it depends company to company, but if you have an employee resource group or affinity group for certain identities, so for example, an Asian specific identity group or Black employee identity group, those, if they are well respected in your company, could have a lot of advocacy power with leaders or a way to raise concerns. Another way is, like Amy was mentioning, if you have a wonderful manager, I think it's always appropriate to bring it up with your manager and somehow figure out problem solve together. So I'd say those two are channels that I know have worked well at my company in my experience.
Did you have anything to add, Amy? Okay. Well, I think we're pretty much at the end of our time, unless anybody had any closing notes that they wanted to mention, or I guess we should all drop our LinkedIn links maybe in the chat if people want to connect with us. I'll do that right now. And I believe David hops back on. I'm not sure.
I do. That is the magic of hop in. I guess I must hop in if I'm using their branding correctly. So great, fabulous conversation. You know, I was just reading an article talking about Jack Dorsey leaving from Twitter, and you know, the speculating just how complex these issues, especially around digital spaces, have become. And I want to obviously thank all of you for obviously rolling up your proverbial sleeves and dealing with these complex issues, because there's really no easy solutions. Everything you do affects another part of the system. And as Denise, I think you were mentioning too, you know, just deeply thinking about this, especially in the areas of accessibility. That's certainly something that we're trying to always improve upon, even with some of our summits, but still have a long ways to go. So obviously all of that feedback is welcome. So Veronica, thank you for moderating this wonderful panel. And then with the LinkedIn and other full bios, that's all in the shared document that everyone can access, and that's being shared in the chat as well. So you can find that post event and connect with everyone. So Veronica, Denise, Amy, and Ellie, thank you so much for this great conversation. I'm just going to take you all off screen right now. So thank you. Okay, so now we have about a 14-minute break. Grab a cup of coffee. It's what I'm doing right now to power up through the afternoon, or at least on the East Coast of the United States, section of our day. But I know we have a global audience hearing from people who got up super early over in in Australia. So thank you so much for some of that. I know we have people tuning in and participating all over. So again, check out the shared document. If you have resources to share, put them in there. Events you know about, resources we should know about as well. We're going to take a lot from the chat and insert that in addition. So use this time, stretch your legs, but also maybe use that networking feature if you want to connect one-on-one, these short one-on-one random conversations, right? You get randomly paired up with somebody. If you click the networking feature, that's going to take you over there, and then you get just randomly paired for a short period of time with another attendee. So if that's your thing, it sounds like fun, good way to connect with others. We have a pretty broad range of people here today. So again, I'm going to jump off screen right now. We're going to come back at 3 p.m. Eastern. So 13 minutes from now, we're going to have Rebecca Tweed, who is our program director at All Tech is Human, going to be talking about what we're learning from the Responsible Tech University Ambassadors Program. So see you back in a few minutes. Hello and welcome back. We've got our afternoon portion of the Responsible Tech University Summit. Thank you all for joining us. I'm your MC for the day. I'm David Ryan Polgar, the founder and director of the nonprofit All Tech is Human, focused on building the responsible tech pipeline. Speaking of the responsible tech pipeline, right now I'm going to bring on Rebecca Tweed. Rebecca is the program director here at All Tech is Human, also been in charge with our new Responsible Tech University ambassadors. So I know Rebecca is going to be talking about some of our learnings. So without further ado, I'm going to be jumping off screen and then having Rebecca take over.
All right, thank you, David. Yeah, I am Rebecca Tweed. I'm the program director at All Tech is Human. So that means I head up initiatives like the Responsible Technology Job Board, which I've been curating since September of 2020. And this features roles that are focused on reducing the harms of technology, diversifying the tech pipeline, and ensuring that technology is aligned with the public interest. So I also run our mentorship pilot program, which has been underway this fall, and our first full-scale mentorship program, which we will be kicking off in mid-January of 2022. I also have the pleasure of heading up the University Ambassadors Program. And that came from a fairly casual idea that David Polgar had, wanted to see who within our larger community wanted a leadership role as a liaison or a point person for the responsible technology movement on their own campus. So this started with just one social media call out for interest. And ever since then, the enthusiasm has been really fantastic. We do now have representatives from over 50 universities worldwide. So this began as a way to bring in new voices into the space, to compare notes, to find out what people are experiencing on their own campuses. But as ambassadors have shared their experiences and their perspectives, it's become very clear there is a real need for building community and uniting voices within the university setting. So across different universities, of course, but also connecting the various voices within universities across disciplines. So we've learned a lot from these students already. One main point of commonality that comes up a lot is that many students feel very siloed in their discrete areas of study. They know that other people are doing very similar work, even on their own campuses, but struggle to find ways to collaborate, to build on the work that each other are doing. So for instance, people want to know which professors are allied in these efforts. They want to know which alumni might have insights and experiences to share. There are many academic initiatives that are being undertaken at this point, and so many interested students and engaged faculty. There are a growing number of degree programs that are multidisciplinary, and also a growing number of research institutes based within universities that study these very issues. But it can feel like a lot of isolated individuals doing this work. So one phrase that we've heard a few times is, it can feel like you're fumbling in the dark. So connecting dots haphazardly to find one another, but these connections are being forged one at a time. So we really hope through this program, we can facilitate connections more methodically from the ground up, starting with students and mapping areas of interest, potential collaborators, and resources. So because this university segment of the responsible tech ecosystem isn't a monolith, and because the field is so multidisciplinary, it's not unusual for various faculty members within the same university to have no relationship with one another, possibly to not even know the other exists. Sometimes they're just spread out across the university. Maybe one's in the law school, someone else is in the I school, someone's doing computer science, someone else in the School of Business, someone else in doing science, tech, and society, or digital humanities. So just because people are under the umbrella of responsible tech or public interest technology, all trying to solve the same basic problems, that doesn't mean they'll ever compare notes, even at the same university. So this is one reason that we are working to connect people through the University Ambassadors Program. We're developing point persons among the student bodies to start forging these connections and community from the grassroots. We found there are excellent organizations working to bridge these entities from the tops of institutions, and we're really seeing a need to try to meet that challenge from the other side as well. So today already we've heard from a few of our university ambassadors. So I just want to point out their names. We heard from Allison Macy Banzin at the University of Central Florida, who's getting a PhD in education within the learning sciences track, as well as Jasmine Zhang, the University of Toronto, getting a Bachelor of Science in Engineering Science with a major in machine intelligence. We also got to hear from Kalin Mattis at George Mason University, studying conflict analysis and resolution while interning with the counterterrorism group, and Nayun Ayoum at Tufts University, studying sociology and economics, and the co-founder of the Lantern think tank. Later today, we're going to hear from Joanne Kim, who's studying public policy on a pre-law track at Duke University, who's also the co-lead of Ethical Tech, which is a student-led club on campus. So the ambassadors are studying many disciplines, which is representative of the field at large. So we have people studying computer science, data science, psychology, sociology, political science, communications, English, UX design, science, tech, and society. We have MBAs and MPPs and JDs. We also have students pursuing master's degrees in human rights and technology, in responsibility in science, engineering, and technology, and in global affairs, specializing in responsible innovation and tech policy. So you can find each of these ambassadors profiled on our website. You can find that at responsibletechguide.com and search for the University Ambassadors Program. I want to highlight a few of their reasons for getting involved in the program. Monica Tsang at the University of Waterloo says, I hope to gather AI ethics resources for fellow students to discuss as food for thought and make ethics an open dialogue, not strict directives from leadership. Currently, there are modules of AI ethics at school that are prescriptive to students. Many students want to explore ethics, but current processes are bureaucratic and discouraging. I hope to gather resources for students at my school to make AI ethics an open-ended and interesting conversation. We've also heard from Pohan Tharchu at the University of Toronto, and she says, in 2018, Facebook was implicated by UN human rights investigators for enabling the Rohingya genocide. As a Burmese national, I believe precautions should be taken and assessments should have been done before entering countries with a strong history of conflict, because technology can cause irreparable damage. As a result, I hope to contribute my policy experience and knowledge to create responsible and ethical products that are aligned with society's goals. And one final learning from Daniel Torquato Fortes at University College London says, in Brazil, I used to work as a digital transformation strategist for Petrobras, our national oil and gas company. As a digital professional, I started to realize that there's a myth regarding our technological future, that there will be wealth, abundance, and prosperity, but we are not really moving this way. So I decided to study foresight to think critically about the long-term futures and allow us to make better decisions today when it comes to digital technologies. This is completely intertwined with the responsible tech community, which has been a joy to discover and join. So we've heard from students as well about some of their pain points. We've heard that the biggest challenge in getting involved is just taking that first step, overcoming the paralysis that can result from feeling so overwhelmed. Someone else has let us know that a more succinct and digestible handbook on how to get involved with these initiatives and learn more about them will help the most. So these insights show that even though we at All Tech is Human have created the Responsible Tech Guide that maps a broad section of the ecosystem, there's a need for greater, more granular ecosystem mapping that is specific to the university setting. So the universities involved, the students, the faculty, the student-run clubs, research institutes, and importantly, the relevant degree programs. So we've also heard a pain point around a lack of formal education and training programs. So that suggests that we very much need to be mapping out these formal training programs that do exist, because the list grows all the time and it can be very hard to keep up and to know what's available. So one final pain point we've heard is that finding a responsible tech internship program at a major company is very difficult. So it's my job to find these roles and add them to our Responsible Tech job board. And it is true, there are far fewer internships at big tech companies than there are qualified, eager students to fill these roles. So I do struggle to find enough entry-level roles and internships within the tech industry for the large number of interested candidates who reach out. There are a rapidly growing number, but that supply and demand are not yet equal. So industry still primarily wants senior talent, but the field only grows if entry-level talent can get in and get this requisite experience to take on more senior roles. So while I do encourage our community to try to apply for these internships, you might be the one to land these roles. Another option is to try to get that early responsible tech experience outside of a major tech company. I encourage people to look to responsible tech startups, to look to NGOs, and maybe most importantly, to look to the public sector. There's a very huge need for civic-minded technologists within the government, and this gives an excellent base for experience. So this part of the field has a lot of institutional support, and it's growing even more rapidly than industry. And then one final suggestion I have is to look to more traditional industry roles that will give some experience before pivoting to more of a responsible tech-centric role. So finally, moving forward, the University Ambassador, the program, our first major project coming up, now that we've kind of gotten a sense of what the most pressing needs are, what people are experiencing on their campuses, will be to create a resource for greater ecosystem mapping within the university setting. So who are these leaders and point persons? Our university ambassadors. What are the student-run clubs? What are the relevant areas of study at each university that's represented in our program? Who are the faculty that are teaching and researching, and what research projects are they undertaking? We also envision future initiatives that create community around shared experiences like meetups and workshops and hackathons. And there are other potential plans in the works as the program develops. But right now, our primary focus has been to facilitate the infrastructure for student-led community with a web of point persons and contacts across universities, to initiate conversations cross-collaboratively within universities, and to create a resource that sheds light on the complexities of the entire responsible tech university ecosystem. So we're really proud of the university ambassadors that make up our program right now. We're excited about big things to come. And if you would like to join, please reach out to me. You can find me over email, rebecca@alltechishuman.org, which I'll put in the chat, and also check our website for more information. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Rebecca. I know we could go on and on. Now we're getting into the rapid fire section of the Responsible Tech University Summit back-to-back orgs. But again, everyone, check out the Responsible Tech job board that Rebecca also started and runs. And then if you're interested, the Responsible Tech University Ambassadors Program, we're looking to continue to grow that, to not only disseminate information, but to learn from one another, as you heard Rebecca talk about. So I'm just going to knock you off screen, and then now we're going to get into Privacy Collective. All right, Zamilia and Doris, hello and welcome to the Responsible Tech University Summit.
Hello. Hi.
All right. I know we're going back to back, so I'm just going to leave the live stream right now and then have you talk about your wonderful organization. You know, we've been saying privacy is dead, long live privacy. So love to hear this discussion that we're going to have.
Thanks so much, David. Hi, everyone. I'm Doris. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm really happy to be here today to meet you all and hear all of your exciting speeches and presentations. So today, Jamilia and I are going to introduce ourselves briefly, and then we're going to focus on the organization that we started called Privacy. So a bit about me. I'm a recent grad of Wellesley, where I studied politics and English, and I currently work in tech. I've had a pretty diverse set of experiences in tech policy, tech law, user experience, and interface design. And I'm passionate about combining all of those experiences to create and design and maintain tech that everyone feels like they can safely use.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I'm Jamila. I use she, her pronouns as well. I'm a sophomore now at Wellesley College, and I study data science and anthropology. I grew up in Kazakhstan, and I immigrated to the US when I was in high school. So I have a STEM background, and I usually teach computational thinking to middle and high school students during summers.
So let's talk about how we got into responsible tech in the first place. In college, I had the opportunity to research the political, ethical, legal impacts of tech like artificial intelligence and social media platforms. And I've been thinking about those topics ever since. And I'm particularly interested in the privacy impacts of tech, because I think the future of tech is increasingly personalized tech, right? So tech that collects massive amounts of data from us to provide services that are catered to us. For example, autonomous vehicles that know exactly where we need to go at a certain time of day. And I think that's really exciting, and it presents exciting opportunities for tech users. But it's also a big privacy issue, especially for marginalized groups who are often targeted using these massive data sets by governments and law enforcement. And I want to be a part of addressing that issue. Jamilia, what about you? How did you get into the responsible tech space?
So for me, I think I personally just noticed the need to create such responsible tech spaces, because even though I went to well-funded STEM middle and high schools and then a college in the US where students are always excited to create technological solutions for problems in society, but the more CS and engineering courses that I took, the more I noticed how little attention is actually paid to social implications of technologies. So I haven't encountered like a solid tech ethics curriculum. So I was kind of pushed to find that knowledge outside of school. For example, if I'm working on a project, I often have to find outside research about ethics to make sure that my solution won't actually bring more harm than good. And sometimes it actually just comes down to asking yourself the right questions. And it is a very useful skill that is almost never a part of a curriculum.
Yeah, that's so true. I think because privacy isn't often taught in schools, we want to help fill that gap. So who are we? Privacy Collective is a community-centered, media-based movement to raise awareness about and address the online privacy issues, particularly those faced by those of us in Generation Z. And we know a lot of Gen Zers are here watching today, so coming to this event was really important to us. We want to let you and other generations know that it's important for young people to be involved in spaces of tech ethics advocacy, and for us specifically, privacy advocacy. So let's talk about why that's the case. Our focus on Gen Z is motivated by how much we're online compared to our parents and our grandparents. Many of us have heard that criticism that young people were always on our phones, but we have data to back that up as well. Pew Research Center found, for instance, that almost half of 18 to 29-year-olds say they're online almost constantly, and that's compared to 36% of 30 to 49-year-olds, 19% of 50 to 64-year-olds, just 7% of those who are 65 or older. And that's a big difference between these age groups, right? And that just means that Gen Zers were more at risk when it comes to the privacy related consequences of being online. For example, maybe we can be tracked more easily by companies and governments than our parents. But it's not just that we're online all the time now. We've always been. So Gen Zers like us, we grew up with Google, with internet connected toothbrushes and other data collecting gadgets and platforms. We've used them our whole lives and we deeply understand them. And to some extent, they deeply understand us. But no one ever taught us about the privacy consequences of using these services. I'm sure I'm not alone in having posted way too much information online as a kid, you know, where my exact locations were, what I was doing and feeling at the time. I didn't know that this was sensitive information that could be used against me, and how also, if you think about it, you know, if someone hacks our social media or Google Drives, they can access our entire lives worth of information from childhood until now, because we've been using these for so long. So that's why Jamilia and I started Privacy. We want to start learning to start teaching each other about the privacy implications of having been online our whole lives and what we should do to address these issues. And we want future generations to be more aware of these issues as they grow up with the same services and technologies that we've always had.
Yeah, and also want to mention that privacy issues, they are not new and they're not limited to our generation. Older generations also face privacy challenges, but we wanted to create something focused on our generation because we just haven't found a privacy advocacy group yet that is only dedicated to teens and young adults. And this is important because we often feel like we're not qualified enough to raise certain questions and issues within tech ethics. And there are many privacy organizations out there who are full of people with lots of academic degrees or work experience. So we feel like we don't belong in those spaces sometimes, especially if someone is a part of a marginalized group. That's why we created our own space. Even though some of us might not have 10 years of work experience, we're experts on our life experiences. And as Gen Z, we have enough experience being digital natives and valuable opinions to get together and learn how we can best support each other. So that's why we believe that you don't have to be a privacy expert to protect yourself and to advocate for the privacy rights of others. You can be young, still in school, and have opinions to contribute and actions you can take. So let's talk about what privacy has done. So far, we've hosted a workshop for New York City Data Week to brainstorm how Gen Zers can increase their participation in tech privacy. And we created a guide to define the role of our generation in the privacy advocacy movement. And you can actually find this guide in our link tree, which is linktree/privacy. We want to organize more events like this to continue bridging the gap between the most engaged users of data-driven technologies, us, and those who create and regulate tech. Currently, we're also producing a podcast to discuss such topics as how to maintain your privacy while posting on social media. To expand our reach, we want to continue connecting with other privacy advocacy groups. For example, Electronic Frontier Alliance, which is a network of organizations promoting the importance of digital rights. And finally, we are also designing surveys for Gen Z to understand how people our age approach issues of privacy. Our generation is very active online, but that doesn't mean that we don't care about our data being collected and manipulated. That's what we want to learn from our surveys. So if you want to get involved with what we're doing at Privacy, we have open meetings every Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. And during the meetings, we have conversations about privacy topics and we give each other advice. In recent meetings, we've talked about how privacy collection on social media can trap us in echo chambers. So we see only what we already believe. If you want to join these conversations, you can find all of the links to do that at linktree/privacy. And I think I can include that in the chat, so I'll make sure to do that.
Great. Thank you, Shamilia. Yeah, as a final note, I just like to encourage those of us who are young, in college, fresh out of college, really be unafraid to speak up. We have a unique perspective on tech, the tech that's making the headlines today in both good and bad ways. That's the tech we grew up with. That's the tech that's helped us access all this unimaginable amounts of information, right? The tech that's helped us make and maintain relationships across the globe. I think there's so much good in tech. And our goal at Privacy and within the responsible tech movement is to help everyone safely, confidently take advantage of those benefits. Thank you so much for listening.
All right, that was wonderful. Like I said, all those incredibly valuable links that you talked about, especially the convening spaces. We hear a lot, especially with this Responsible Tech University Summit, how we need more of that. We need to bring people together. So we're going to have all of those links. I think we already do in that shared document. For everyone right now joining us, get on that shared document, check out all the bios of all these wonderful speakers, all these great organizations like Privacy that we're seeing right now. So I'm just going to thank you both and then take you off screen. And then we're going to bring up Hillary Ross, who is with Rebooting Social Media, part of Harvard Berkman Klein Center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Hillary, welcome to the Responsible Tech University Summit.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for having me, David.
And I know time is tight, so I'm going to jump off the screen and so we can learn all about Rebooting Social Media that recently launched, and I know it excited a lot of the community.
Cool. Well, thanks so much to All Tech as Human and
for having me and for hosting the summit. I'm really excited to be here and really excited that this is designed particularly for students as an entry point and for folks in the academic space to connect. It's, as you were saying before, really needed to create these convening spaces. So my name is Hillary Ross. I'm a senior program manager at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society, which is based at Harvard. Today, I'm going to start a little bit about me. I found it helpful to hear how people have found their way into this responsible tech space. So I'll share a little bit about my background. Then I'll briefly introduce Berkman. And primarily, I'll be sharing more about our new Institute for Rebooting Social Media, which we're really excited about. So a little bit about me and my path into this work. I've always been really interested in news, the framing of stories, thinking about how media can support democracy. I studied international relations in college, including spending some time in Vietnam. And after college, I worked in DC and I went back to Vietnam and taught on a Fulbright program. And during that time, I started getting even more interested in the connections between media, access to information, governance, power. And that eventually led me back to graduate school at the Fletcher School at Tufts, where I focused on technology policy and organizational management. So since then, I've been at the Berkman Klein Center. We are an academic center based at Harvard. We host research programs, technical tools, creative projects, and much more, all with a big community of really fabulous folks who together are exploring the internet and emerging technologies and how they impact society. At Berkman, I've worked on a number of different programs and most recently have been working on our Institute for Rebooting Social Media, where I'm currently the program staff lead. And I'm really excited to share more about that today. Today I'm representing the work of a broad team, including our Institute, 2 academic faculty leads, law, computer science, and policy professor Jonathan Zittrain, and computer science professor James Mickens, as well as a number of other folks who we collaborate with. So about the Institute for Rebooting Social Media. This is a new 3-year initiative based at Berkman to accelerate progress in addressing social media's most urgent problems. So this fall, we've been kind of spinning up our programming and we'll be building out more over the spring and the next few years after that. So we came to this work kind of now, at this moment in time, after many years of other programs and research on emerging technologies, social media, the internet. But we came to this institute now as it feels like there's kind of emerging consensus that social media and the digital social space, broadly defined, however we want to define that, really has fundamental flaws. Some people might even say it's broken. And so as there's increased attention to social media's really grave problems like online harassment, decreasing privacy that has real world harms. We just heard from great students who are really thinking deeply about that and thinking together, trying to make space and do work around better understanding and better advocating for more privacy. Additional problems like the flourishing of hate speech with connections to real world violence, and that violence often disproportionately impacts marginalized communities. Problems like misinformation at scale, as our colleague Joan Donovan at the Shorenstein Center studies, and the impacts that misinformation at scale have had on democracy. So those are kind of the types of problems that have led us to feel like it's time to have an Institute for Rebooting Social Media. And so while there's consensus around all of these problems, there's not yet consensus on specifically how and what is broken about social media that kind of has led to these many multifaceted problems, or yet consensus on how specifically we should fix social media to improve those problems. And we feel that there's partially not consensus because those problems are systemic. They're socio-technical problems, they're transnational problems, and they're whole of society problems. So what does all of that mean? That means there's social, political, technical components to the problems of social media. The impacts and problem sets kind of reach across nations, and the components are all tied up together in messy systems of media, democracy, technical systems, and they require people and institutions across countries and across societies to work on them. So that feels like a good place for the Institute to try and be helpful. And none of that is to say that social media doesn't do any societal good. I think it, of course, has benefits, and that's part of why it's so hard and complex to make progress on what we should do next. So through the Institute, we are aiming to contribute to this really complicated problem set by building a portfolio of programs and projects that can help convene participants from across disciplines and sectors. So if we need many different types of people and institutions working on these problems, bringing together people from academia, from civil society, from government, from industry, in focused kind of time-bound collaboration to explore and amplify potential paths forward. And we say it's a time-bound institute for a 3-year institute, not because we think we're going to solve social media in 3 years, but because in our previous programs, we found those kinds of time constraints to be generative and provocative and helpful. So yeah, there's so much good work happening in this space. We're hearing about a lot of it on this call and during this event today. We aim for the Institute to be both amplifying existing work and helping to catalyze and create new work and new collaborations. So I kind of laid out some of the problem space that we're interested, the big, broad problem space. And so through the Institute, the kinds of questions we're asking are things like, what specifically is broken about social media? What are the harms? What metrics should we use to evaluate those harms? What might be potential remedies to address them? How might social media sustain and enable productive, inclusive public conversations and democratic governance while minimizing the harms that we're identifying? What might new institutional arrangements and governance models be needed? And how can we think about things like data-driven public oversight of social media companies? We've seen a lot of great work on that over the last months and years. So we're trying to address those kinds of broad questions and sub-questions that will come from them through a number of types of programs and projects, focusing on kind of 3 key pillars of work. The first is around engineering and policy development, so kind of trying to offer prototypes and tangible ideas for paths forward on some of these really hard problems. So over the next year or so, we're hoping to host makeathons for builders and some fellowships for professionals who are thinking deeply in this space and want to really offer some paths forward. Second, we're looking to be a platform for academic research and theory that can engage with public conversations. So this summer, we kicked off work with a group of really fabulous student researchers. And this fall, we've started recruiting for a cohort of faculty to be in residence next year at the Institute as visiting scholars and doing publicly accessible work around social media. Third, the Institute aims to be kind of a convening and field building institution and help educate people from experts to students, so hosting public and invited events and workshops and teaching related courses. We've had some public and invited workshops this fall to kick off with that. So as I mentioned, we're just wrapping up recruiting for visiting faculty scholars, and in the spring, we'll be looking to engage Harvard students through a new model of a student discussion group, and we'll be looking to build out that model over time. And we'll also have a forthcoming fellowship for professionals. So if that sounds exciting to you and you want to get involved, we'd love for you to sign up for Berkman's newsletters, where we share upcoming events, new writing, new work, and calls for applications. If we have public events, please come. We're also always looking for collaborators, and our email is on our program website. Berkman also has a number of other programs that might be of interest to this audience, including a program called Research Sprints. Those are open to students. We also host internships and research assistant programs, typically over the summer, but at different times throughout the year. And finally, I'm really inspired by some of the students I've heard on the call so far today, or by all the students I've heard on the call today. And so encourage folks to join responsible tech groups or ethical tech groups, internet and society groups that are on your campus, and use those to get experience, to host events, to co-write together, to get your ideas out into the world. And if there's not a relevant group, to start your own through this network or inspired by this network and the kinds of organizations and people who are here today. I'll also share 2 open syllabi that we have through courses taught by Professor Citron that might be helpful for students looking to enter this space in the chat afterwards. So thank you so much to the organizers of this session.
All right, Hillary, thank you so much as well. And I know every time that Harvard Berkman Klein Center has something, we put it on our Responsible Tech job board, and we know we have a lot of the community that's very interested, especially now hearing about rebooting social media. I will say quickly, when we did our working group on improving social media that we released a report in February, we saw that 2 major groups were at loggerheads, right? We had the privacy advocates versus people who are going after the worst online, CSAM and other issues around abuse online. Those 2 groups don't always agree. So when that issue happened with Apple, that caused a lot of a big kind of kerfuffle, it was really no surprise, right? Because how can we improve social media if we don't have an agreed upon definition of what improvement looks like? So that's why I know rebooting social media, all the great work that you're doing is incredibly complex and also incredibly needed. So Hillary, thank you so much for taking part in our Responsible Tech University Summit.
Thanks so much. Yeah, these are really complex issues and they're difficult to solve. So thank you.
That's why we have you on it. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to bring on Jasmine of The Bloom. And I know we're running just a few minutes late, so I'll try to trim it down here and let Jasmine take over and tell you about some of the great work, especially that Jasmine is doing, starting being the founder of The Bloom. So Jasmine, I'll let you take it over, and I'm going to jump off.
Thank you, David, and thank you to the organizers of this amazing event. And hello to everyone watching. As David mentioned, my name is Jasmine, and I am an Italian-Egyptian feminist researcher and founder of The Bloom, which is a global educational space rooted in joy to discover innovative opportunities and resources for impact. So why am I here with you today? I am not an expert by any means in any of these topics. I am not a data ethicist, I'm not a machine learning scientist, or even really in a conventional tech journey. But that's exactly why I am here. My twisty, complicated journey ultimately led me to launch my startup, The Bloom, last year, a company and a movement that shares a beautifully similar North Star to All Tech is Human. At the core of our work is a desire to offer more perspective. It's simple, really, but so powerful in today's world where we're truly inundated with information. While All Tech is Human focuses specifically on tech, The Bloom doesn't have a specific focus area. We're essentially impact-curious humans who want to develop intersectional perspectives across issue areas from human rights to tech to climate. At the core of how we offer perspective is a free weekly newsletter where we bring together the best of the internet, news outside of the headlines, empowering jobs, grants, events, art, and really so much more. We pair very, very good researchers together with creative communicators who take topics like blockchain tech or NFTs and curate them through one uniquely powerful editorial lens, joy. Through my work and my research, I found that joy and focusing on the positive, it's not just a fluffy exercise in optimism and idealism. It's a crucial strategy at a local and international level for change. To help you understand where I'm coming from, I'll take you on a quick journey through my own life story. So, like perhaps many of you, the sparks that ignited my fire to fight for a better future started from witnessing systemic violence and injustice. I grew up in Italy, and often staying up to date, reading newspapers or watching television to understand what was happening in my country simply meant reading stories of gender-based violence, honor killings of women brutally murdered from their jealous partners and husbands. Growing up around violence and experiencing it personally in my family fueled my passion and eventual specialization in women's human rights. But what this ultimately left me with was more of a frustrated curiosity. I asked myself, why is it that these moments of injustice gain more visibility than moments of justice, particularly when it comes to marginalized communities? Why does violence take up more space than peace and celebration? Research in peace and conflict studies actually shows us that this negativity bias actually begins much earlier in schools. History classes around the world are largely guided by wars and not moments of peace. Our training carries over to what we seek in the media. Our minds are trained to be more alert to moments of violence. That's in part why clickbait and sensationalist media does work. But what if we were to be encouraged differently? And there was equal education and attention to moments of success, justice, and peace. This question brought me to the University of Oxford in 2018, where I pursued my master's in gender studies and social media. I wanted to make a case through my research as to why it's crucial for us to focus more on joy. And this felt like a truly radical act, particularly when so much of what we think of when we think social media and human rights is the fake news, the misinformation, the violence. My radical act was in questioning, well, why don't we also highlight the good? And most importantly, why is it important to equally highlight pockets of change? Through my research, I found that social media is actually playing an invaluable role in peace building in Italy. Controversial, I know. Specifically, I found that certain feminist communities online were serving as countercultural spaces of education, particularly for young women on the topic of sexual and reproductive health, and how the literacy that they gained online, which contrasts drastically to what's available in schools, was helping counter a culture of gender-based violence. So ultimately, my time at Oxford solidified this understanding that focusing on joy and positive pockets of change is essential to any journey to reimagine better futures. Moving forward, but most importantly, finding the motivation to move forward is so much easier when you realize that there's already so much work and progress being made by innovative individuals, communities, and businesses. The problem is actually finding these communities, finding the good. Which led me to ask a question last year that eventually developed into my company, The Bloom. Where do you go when you want to see the good in the world? I wanted to create a global space away from, well, the little seed, basically in early 2020, was born from a storage closet at the UN headquarters. Not enough time to share the full story here, so if anyone wants that, reach out. But I basically wanted to create a global space away from the noise of the internet, a space where really anyone could feel hope, inspiration, joy, and motivation. Perspective is truly everything. If you understand how others are affecting change, if you can see the success stories, you can become one too. And All Tech is Human is a perfect example of a leader in this movement in tech. Since launching, we have helped thousands of people around the world find diverse resources, local jobs, and communities for positive impact around the world. Every week, we get hundreds of emails from our community specifically thanking us for creating a platform grounded in joy. This is one of the most recurring responses we hear. What resonates is that they know we're taking care of their well-being while expanding their literacy and resources. The people that come to us are overwhelmed, frustrated, tired of all the negativity of mainstream media, particularly in the human rights world. They know that there's amazing work being done online, but they're tired of scrolling and searching to find it. But in the Bloom, they've found the assurance of a trustworthy place to connect to social issues close to their heart without compromising their mental health. So my journey with the Bloom has blessed me with this perspective that we live in a time where it's fundamental to future generations to consider the role of joy in social change. So as you work towards building a better future and better tech futures, we have an obligation to create more positive and joy-based environments along the way. Let's use this mass state of tragedy and burnout from the pandemic as an opportunity to integrate joy in our shared visions for systemic and social change. Thank you for listening.
All right, Jasmine, that was incredible. I also feel that's why I'm smiling now, because you're talking about joy, and I think we can all agree that, especially in digital spaces, especially in what we have in social media, we need to find more joy, because it seems like we've had a dark last couple of years. So thank you for that inspiring work. I also think it's really related to the working group that we have right now on the human experience, HX, this newer kind of concept. So we'd love to kind of work that in. And also we need to find a time to really unpack that story, especially you had me hooked on the storage closet at the UN. The UN's right outside my window here in Manhattan. So I'm looking right at the UN. So I'll grab that story sometime, but I'm going to need to take you off the stream. But again, all of the your work, all of your contact info and information about the Bloom is all on the shared document that we're going to push out to all attendees, and then also with our larger newsletter. So check that out.
David.
So, Jasmine, thank you.
Thank
you
you,
so much for
everyone.
your leadership here. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, so now to continue on, I know we're going rapid fire with all these incredible org presentations. We're going to bring on Tristan, who is with Harvard University as part of their embedded ethics. So let's bring on Tristan. Hello and welcome to the Responsible Tech University Summit.
Hi, thanks for having me, David.
No, this, especially the work that you're doing around kind of embedded ethics, or just kind of this kind of intersection with different disciplines and thinking about the impact of technology is so needed, and we also hear so much from our community that it's important. So I'm going to take myself off screen and love to have you take the reins for the next couple minutes.
Fantastic. So my name is Tristan Getz. I'm a postdoctoral fellow of embedded ethics at Harvard University. I take any pronouns, but when in doubt, use he or they. I'm a philosopher by training, but my background's interdisciplinary. I didn't just take philosophy and humanities courses when I was an undergraduate or even in graduate school. I was also taking mathematics, computer programming, education, various other things. There's a longer story there, but we're not going to talk about me today. At Harvard, I work in a teaching lab that designs ethics lessons to be embedded into computer science courses and other technical courses at Harvard. I've also in the past taught a standalone ethics course and designed a micro-credential AI ethics course. Today, I'm going to talk about embedded ethics, what we do, how the program came about, how we develop ethics lessons for computer science courses, and how you can connect with us so we can work together to enact a culture shift in the way that tech education is done. Embedded ethics is a unique approach to teaching ethical thinking. Instead of an older style kind of approach where you might have a required course that stands alone and is free-floating from the rest of the computer science curriculum, we design ethics lessons that get inserted into computer science courses and other technical courses like applied math and engineering. In this way, the students get exposed to ethical issues and social issues and the philosophical tools that they need to think through these issues in their professional practice throughout their entire degree. From their introductory courses, the very first time that a lecturer is talking to them about computer science at university, all the way up to the courses that they take as master's and PhD students. The way the program started was in fall 2016, a CS student came to Barbara Groves, who is now a retired member of the computer science faculty, and they noted in conversation that they had noticed there's lots of ethical issues in computing, that this was coming up more often in the news, but they felt they didn't have the opportunity to discuss these issues in class. They weren't sure which professors at Harvard or elsewhere they could go to talk about these things. And so Barbara left that meeting thinking, well, this is a problem. We got to solve this. And not being a philosopher herself, she went to Alison Simmons in philosophy and asked for help. They worked for a little while on developing a solution, and what they came up with was embedded ethics, where we put philosophers and computer scientists together to work on creating these ethics lessons that have a strong tie-in with the technical material that the students are learning in the courses. They launched a pilot program in spring 2017, and since then, embedded ethics has continued to grow every semester. For example, this fall, we had ethics modules in a lower division course on systems programming, which was about language encoding and injustices in which languages get included in terms of the glyphs that are included in Unicode or the ways in which more complex language encoding supports different languages. We had an upper division course on cryptography, which had a module on privacy and the ethics of client-side scanning of images for harmful content, like the CSAM stuff that David just brought up. We had a graduate course on systems security, And the module there was on the ethics of hacking back. This situation where if your company or your hospital or whatever gets hacked, is it ethical to hack the hackers back, to retrieve data that they've stolen, to get encryption keys to unlock the servers that they've locked down with ransomware or whatever, or just to retaliate, to send a message that you should not hack us? And then we had 9 other modules. So the program is quite large at this point. We've kind of settled into getting close to about the maximum that we can handle, but it ends up meaning that the students will encounter one, usually several modules every single semester throughout their computer science experience at Harvard. The way we develop these modules is through an interdisciplinary teaching lab. It's currently led by Jeff Behrens, who's a faculty member in philosophy, as well as 2 other philosophy postdocs, Jenna Donahue and William Cochran. And each semester, we have 3 to 4 graduate students in philosophy who develop and teach the majority of the modules. Usually they're Harvard students. This semester, we had 2 from MIT as well. Our activities overall are overseen by a committee of faculty members in computer science and in philosophy, and we're working on developing other events and branching out in ways that I'll touch on a little bit later. Each module, as it's developed, goes through an iterative process where first the teaching fellow will meet with the CS instructor for the course that they'll be intervening in to set some logistical details, brainstorm possible topics. The fellow will then come to the teaching lab and brainstorm additional ideas to develop into a lesson. They then develop a rough set of learning goals and readings, possible assignments that they could include, which are reviewed by the teaching lab as a whole. And then they take the comments they've received on that, develop a draft lesson plan and a slide deck that they then present to us again, and we review, give some feedback, and at the end of all of that, they are very well prepared, much better prepared than I certainly was in my first teaching assistant experience as a PhD student, to go into this unusual context where they're being asked to be a guest lecturer in a field completely different from what a lot of their past training has been in. When they're after they've taught the module, they will then complete a reflective write-up that goes into our public Creative Commons repository. There's a link to that in the document that's been circulated several times. And in those write-ups, they include a description of the lesson, a description of the assignments that they designed, and some of their pedagogical decisions and lessons learned. One important aspect of our approach is that every module should connect the ethical issues that we want to discuss to the technical content that the course is mainly focused on. And for that reason, we also have 2 CS postdocs who attend the teaching lab. They are essential to our knowledge translation. They help us to, as philosophers, they help us to understand the technical content, some of the concepts and jargon and systems that are discussed at high levels in these computer science courses that we might not have any idea how they work at first. And they also help us to present philosophical ideas in a way that non-specialists can follow and make use of. If we go off on a tangent, get too excited by something abstract or something in the literature, they can help us rein it in and focus in on what's really important to someone who has to work with the implications for the technical side. So I'll give you another example of how this connection between the technical and the ethical works in our modules. This fall, I taught a module in a course on compilers, which, if you don't know, they're the software that takes the code you write that human beings can understand and translates it into the ones and zeros that computers actually run through a series of different processes. This is a highly technical subject matter. It's a very programming heavy course. There's very little opportunity to talk about compilers in a broader context. And yet, there's still ethical things that we can find to discuss with regard to these highly technical pieces of software. The topic that we talked about was free and open source software, because a lot of compilers are free or open source. They tend to be maintained by communities of volunteers. And it launched us into a discussion of, when you use a community resource like a open source library or an open source compiler, does that then give you ethical obligations to contribute back to that resource? Similar to how, if you have a shared piece of land and you're sending out your flocks of sheep to go graze on it, to avoid a tragedy of the common situation, do you have obligations to help maintain that land or not to overuse it? We had a back and forth discussion about different ways of understanding this. They talked in small groups on a case study that I gave them about medical technology and whether and how to adjudicate a dispute between a programmer who wants to release some extension of the programming that they've done as open source versus their boss who wants to keep it a trade secret and thereby benefit their company's competitive advantage. So that's some of the details about how embedded ethics came together, how we go about developing our modules. In short, we foster collaborations between CS and philosophy to design these tailored ethical lessons that are embedded into technical courses so that students are exposed to these ideas multiple times in ways that they can see are directly relevant to their professional practice. The approach has been very well received by both students and faculty. We now teach about a dozen modules every semester, and there are other institutions that are developing similar models, such as Stanford, Toronto, Technion Israel. There are liberal arts colleges and even high schools who are working on similar things. We're also thinking about ways to extend the program into business and biomedical ethics as well. Lastly, my role in the lab is to be the Bridge Fellow, which means I'm responsible for coordinating outreach and external collaborations, just like this brief appearance at the Responsible Tech Summit. So if you'd like to connect, please email embeddedethics@g.harvard.edu to get in touch. I'd love to connect with you and to talk about how we can work together. Thanks very much.
Tristan, thank you so much. And like you said, if you are the bridge, we're going to take the email address that you mentioned. We'll put that in the shared document. So everyone listening, please check out our shared document. We're going to push that to all attendees and then also share it with the newsletter. So you'll have a lot of people reaching out your way. So very fascinating discussion. Really, curious to see how embedded ethics really expands, especially like you said, if it's going into the business community. Lots of interesting parts. And then I imagine you're going to be quite busy given all the discussion around ethics and Web3 or Web 3.0, depending on how you want to push that out, especially in the world of crypto. I know they recently kind of found that they could actually kind of go back out and hack the hackers type of idea with kind of reclaiming some ransomware that they thought was not going to be findable. So Tristan, I want to thank you for coming on and extending the bridge to our community here at All Tech is Human with the Responsible Tech University Summit. And we'll put all of your information for all the documents and then push that out and then follow along with your incredible work. So thank you so much for coming on today.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Bye. All right, so our last organization presentation is going to be Joanne Kim, who is the co-president at Duke with their ethical tech org that you're going to hear all about. Joanne is also a Responsible Tech University ambassador and has been a student leader really in this space for a good amount of time, doing some fabulous work. So I'm going to bring on Joanne. Joanne, nice to see you.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much, David, for giving me this opportunity to be here today.
No, I really appreciate you taking out time to showcase your expertise and leadership in this very needed area, especially around kind of ethical tech. So I'm just going to drop off screen and then have you take over and learn a little bit more about the great work that you're doing.
Yeah, that sounds great. I guess I can quickly introduce myself. So I am a senior at Duke University, and I am studying public policy and psychology. And as David mentioned, I've been very interested in the intersection of technology, ethics, and privacy for a while now. And I think that is sort of how my journey with ethical tech and responsible tech started. So to talk a little bit more about ethical tech is a nonpartisan research initiative that is concerned with conducting research at the intersection of technology, policy, and ethics. This organization sort of was born in 2017 when our two Duke alum, Cassie Carley and Justin Sherman, recognized that there was a growing need for sort of a discussion on these intersectional issues. So in 2018, Ethical Tech was born, and I was very lucky, I think, to have joined the organization as a freshman during the first few semesters of its inception. And I will say that it's been absolutely transformational in terms of how much the organization has changed since my freshman year. So that's nearly 3 years ago, and just how much the responsible tech community has grown as well. So initially, we were more just like a reading group. We would gather together, a few students would gather together to discuss current events and did some research here and there. For example, we did end up developing some training modules to help federal judges and public defenders learn more about risk assessment algorithms, which were sort of a hot topic in 2018. And so we sort of started off with those kind of humble beginnings. And then eventually, I think I realized that our organization could do much more to not only expand our research and expand the topics and concepts that we were discussing as a group, but also to expand access. So giving more students and more diverse community of students access to the tech ethics space. So this sort of inspired us to start our research assistant cohort program. This was launched during the pandemic, so it's just in its second year. But we basically realized that we want to create a strong pipeline where students were fully supported and given the right resources to use in their sort of careers as they transition out of university. So our research assistant cohort program is a group of usually 30 students. They go through an application process, but usually the application process and the entirety of the interviewing process as well is pretty low barrier in terms of access. What we really try to do is identify students who are really engaged and passionate and sort of aspire to continue in this space after they graduate. And so these students are some of those, I think, future leaders who will continue to engage in these various critical topics. So our program is multiple tiered. We ask students to attend external events on sort of tech ethics issues. We ask them to write on these issues for our blog, as well as attend general body meetings where they get to meet with different speakers from these various spaces. And finally, we also recently launched last year as well our first ethical tech competition, where we had students sort of compete on the various policy issues related to surveillance technology. And we're very excited that that will be continuing in the spring this year as well. So I think one of the goals as a student leader and as someone who has sort of seen this space continuously grow is that I want to ensure that we are giving students a meaningful experience during their university time in university, so that they're able to not only sort of learn more about these topics, but understand how they can acquire the skills to put that into application in the real world. I think that's something that for me is really important, especially for students who don't always have or never had the opportunity to learn about these various topics. I think one of the other things that I want to really quickly touch on was some of the research that we are currently doing with our research cohort. So first, we're actually working with the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project, which is based in New York. The STOP program sort of has been the key in determining the different surveillance technologies that are being used across the US in various sectors. We're specifically focusing on the use of surveillance technologies during COVID on campuses. So we're really excited for that project. Second, we're actually helping develop curriculum on sort of AI bias and algorithm bias that other teachers in the North Carolina public school system can use and integrate into their classrooms easily. So we believe that part of growing this pipeline and part of growing this community and part of raising awareness and sort of increasing access to these communities is sort of engaging with students much younger in their educational track. So that's something that we really believe in, want to emphasize. So hence we're developing curriculum. I think the third is we're hoping to sort of enter into the bioethics space. So we're very much excited to be partnering with organizations such as the Margolis Center in order to sort of talk more about the issues of health data and how we can continue to ensure privacy in that space. So obviously, we're working on various issues all at the same time. And this is because we really want to ensure that students who are interested in health technology or interested in perhaps like surveillance technology are all able to sort of engage and contribute to the materials that we're working on. I will say, I think one of the most unique aspects of this organization is that we are not just a group of policy students, but we have students from across the university. We have computer science students, engineering students, designers, people who are just merely interested in perhaps writing on these topics, all within the same cohort. So I think that's one of the things that is really important when we sort of ask ourselves, how will this translate to the real world, is ensuring that students in their time at university, but also much younger than that, have an experience, have an opportunity to experience intersectional work and collaboration. So that's one of the other things that we highly emphasize as a group. And then I guess I really want to also sort of touch on the things that personally I hope this group will continue to do in the future. So one of the things that we're hoping to do is not just reach undergrads, but also reach the grad students here at Duke University. We have a lot of graduate schools, including the law school, the business school. And so we're hoping in the spring to launch a grad program where we'll be able to pair grad students with undergrads and also give grad students an opportunity to engage with this research and work, especially because a lot of our grad students are coming from other institutions. I think that they can bring a very diverse perspective to these issues that we're working on. The second is that we also realize that there is a huge need and a gap, especially within STEM majors, at least here on our campus, between faculty members and students. And we realize that a lot of students in STEM majors aren't able to engage with their faculty members in meaningful ways. And we're not exactly sure why. That is something that we're still currently learning more about and trying to gather information on. But that has sort of inspired us to develop a faculty sort of dinner program where we'll be ensuring the students from across campus and students within our own program will have better access to professors and faculty. Because I think one of the most important things about entering this space is not just being exposed to the material and not just being a part of student organizations, but also having mentors in the space, which is why I think one of the reasons why I've been so inspired to continuously expand the work that we're doing on campus and continuously working with other universities who want to start ethical tech programs. I think it's so important to continuously expand this network so that once we start entering the workforce and once we are able to sort of enter into these emerging positions and roles, we have an opportunity to understand the importance of mentorship, so mentor others, but also that we have our own mentor network when we get there. So yes, but I guess overall, I'm very, very excited to just see how much this space has been growing even outside of our own ethical tech organization. Obviously, as we continue to expand our own program, I really hope that this inspires and sort of helps inform other campuses and universities. And I'm more than happy to serve as a resource or form of contact to others. I'm happy to talk to our programming a bit more in detail for anyone who's interested. Our research and all of our contact information can be found on our website, which I'm guessing someone will tag eventually, or I'm happy to put that in the chat as well. But yes, that is it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Joanne. And yes, we do have all of your information that you want to share. That's already in our shared document that everyone can check out by seeing how they can connect with you. So thank you so much too for mentioning that you can help out others, because that's definitely what we're finding, right? Is that we're trying to learn from each other. We're finding out best practices. We're finding out pain points. If we can kind of promote this culture of knowledge sharing, collaboration, and connect better as a cohesive community. Same thing that you're finding out specifically at Duke and some of the pain points from university students. So I just want to kind of send that thank you for the incredible work that you're doing, and then serving as a model for other people, and then also a mentor along the way for other people that are trying to do it. And you mentioned that the space is growing, but it's growing because more and more people are doing what you're doing, right? So that's what we have to keep on promoting. So Joanne, thank you so much. Let's again connect with Joanne and keep on finding out ways that we can promote a better tech future. So Joanne, thank you. I'm just going to take you off camera right now.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we are going into the final part of our Responsible Tech University Summit. We're just going to be taking a little bit of a break right now. We have looking at about 30 minutes. So in about 30 minutes at 4:40 p.m. Eastern, 1:40 Pacific time, we're going to be coming back, and we have Patricia Cortez, who has been such a leader in the space of trust and safety. Patricia is going to be talking about her own responsible tech journey, education background, what she has learned along the way, and any words of wisdom that she can share with us. So take some time, grab a cup of coffee, grab a bite to eat. You can also use our networking feature that we have. If you click on our networking feature, you'll be randomly paired up with a quick one-on-one conversation with other attendees that are joining us today. In addition, if you missed sections, one, everything's recorded. We'll follow up with all attendees, and then also in our newsletter that we put out twice a month. But two, check out the shared document, see all the resources right there. And if you have resources, don't hog them, right? Share them. That's what we're doing here today at the Responsible Tech University Summit. Just request a permission to have editing access to that shared document. We'll add you on there, and then you can add events, opportunities, other resources that you think the community should know about. So thank you. Hello and welcome back for our final 2 responsible tech journeys. If you're just joining us now, welcome. You can get caught up on everything that's already occurred. We've heard some incredible org presentations, some wonderful panels, great student discussions, practitioners, academics, and others. You can find our shared document right in the chat. If you just go to the shared document, you're going to see notes about everything that's been discussed, valuable resources, and if you have some that you would like to share with the larger community, you can do that right through that document. Just get the permission to have edit access and then add your resources. But right now, I'm going to bring up Patricia Cortez, who is the head of trust and safety at Visco, doing some amazing pioneering work in the field that a lot of people are talking about: content moderation, trust, and safety. So without further ado, Patricia, welcome. I love the background. That seems like a huge tree that you have behind you.
That's right. It's the benefit of living in Lake Tahoe. I get the most incredible surroundings.
Well, tonight I'm actually going to the lighting of the Rockefeller Christmas tree. It seems like maybe next year we're going to have to chop that down and bring that over to Manhattan, where I'm at. But again, wonderful to have you here. I know you've had such a fascinating career. A lot of people in our community are asking about this world of trust and safety. Frankly, there's not a lot of understanding around this. There's always a lot of confusion, right? You're hearing about Section 230 and content moderation and what happens online. So love to hear your personal story. So I'm going to drop off screen and then we'll hear all about how you have the role that you have, what your journey has been along the way, any twists and turns that I'm sure that you've had. So I'm just going to drop off screen and let you take it from here.
Thank you so much, David. And it's such a pleasure to join you because I've connected today, and the amount of talent that I have seen through the panels and the different speakers has been incredible. So I feel really privileged to join. And as you said, I was talking to you a couple of weeks ago, and I mentioned that perhaps my journey to join tech companies was a little bit unusual. And you made a good point, which is almost everybody in tech has had an unusual journey. In terms of context, I studied translation and interpreting in college. Since age 10, I wanted to be a UN interpreter. And my parents sent me abroad to learn languages from a very young age. And I fell in love with Ireland. Ireland was a country that in the 90s invested very heavily on infrastructure. And that investment paid off. So a lot of companies started to set up headquarters there for Europe, including pharmaceutical companies and then tech companies. So the first one of those companies was Google, and I had the luck to join them at the sweet age of 21. My translator career got derailed by joining Google. My mom is still really upset about it, didn't speak to me for 3 months. You would think I had joined a criminal enterprise rather than a company like Google. And it was a very interesting time because in 2006, when we thought about abuse online, we really thought about manipulation of search engines. And so that was anything from spam to keyword stuffing on certain websites. And there wasn't really much in terms of user-generated content beyond websites. But if you fast forward a few years later on, Facebook was establishing headquarters in Europe, and they called me to join their site integrity team. And I was very scared at the beginning. I'll never forget, I come from Spain, really loud family, and over a Christmas period in 2008, when I said I was maybe going to join this company, my dad would Google Facebook and he would scream from the bedroom where the main computer was to the sitting room where we were having dinner. It sounds like it's like MySpace. Why wouldn't you just join MySpace? It sounds like it's a bigger company than Facebook. Who knows what Facebook is? And so, at the time, Facebook was just a very small company. And when I joined, there was 2 of us in Europe. I joined to do trust and safety, even though at the time it was called user operations. We didn't really know what that meant. And so as we started giving people the ability to report content, we noticed that people would report content that they didn't like, some of the content could be seen as harmful. We didn't have community standards. And so I just had a colleague and me who, would look at one another and be like, do you think we should take this down? Or I don't know, it might be offensive to some, but we didn't really have parameters. And it took a long time of looking at those reports in the front lines to develop some of those. Really fascinating time. I feel very grateful that I was at the right place at the right time. Some of those conversations had elements of philosophy, others had elements of linguistics. The law, especially being based in Europe, where we have very restrictive speech laws because of our past, also played an impact. And as the months went by and we developed, like public policy efforts and comms efforts, we would have regulators, law enforcement reaching out about pieces of content, and our infrastructure had to become more sophisticated. So I ended up joining public policy team, which gave me the ability to eventually work with people like David, but also work with people in the law enforcement field, court authorities, and really see the impact for both the negative and the positive that social media could have. And then if you fast forward a few years, I moved on to Twitter to do very similar work of setting up some of this support infrastructure, figuring out what the right policies should be, figure out how we should comply with local regulation, especially being companies that are that were born in the US, where free speech is such a protected element, and that sometimes clashes with the rest of the world. And not only have been incredibly lucky, but I've also seen how online safety has really now taken a position at the front. Whether it's like whistleblowers that are bringing attention to how certain content rules are implemented, to how it impacts certain communities in an unfair way. I was really happy to hear Jasmine talk about before, when she was talking about her work on the Bloom. I did a lot of work on Latin America, and there was a lot of women communities that were impacted by threats online. And I remember talking to them about how they were actually using social media to organize counter speech and to coordinate support for one another. And so I've seen both sides, like the very negative, the very positive. On the very negative, I've done my best to come up with the best community standards, policy rules in all of the companies that I've worked for, always being very close to the front line, seeing what users were saying about abuse. Also trying to figure out the huge challenge of scale. And on the positive side, I've also tried to empower nonprofits and civil society to harness the power of social media to bring people together and to bring their missions forward. I will say one thing I've learned is not one day is the same as the previous day. You may have a very good in paper job description that is gonna change just by virtue of the content that you're gonna face every day. And being surrounded by people like you today, the one message I wanted to leave you with is don't feel limited in terms of contributing to tech. You can join companies, you can join civil society, you can bring your voices to the front. Companies like Twitter do a really good job at capturing feedback. And I feel that your voice is very much needed. The teams that work behind the scene on trust and safety always have the best of intentions. I think they are the unsung heroes. Nobody really knows the work they are doing, but they take a great toll to the mental health to protect the tech infrastructure. And it's extremely important that civil society and that academia bring their voices up so that we can contribute to building a safer internet. So I would just say, thank you so much for having me today. If anybody listening today is more interested in how do you get into tech? How do you go from trust and safety operational support to public policy to law enforcement relations? I'm always happy to talk to anybody. On LinkedIn, I'm just Patricia Cartes. Please feel free to find me and to connect with me. Send me any questions you may have, but please know that all of the trust and safety team, public policy teams, and just tech in general is really willing to hear from you, because nobody sets up these platforms to do harm. We set up the platforms to connect the world and to bring different voices together. And, you know, as humans, we are messy, and sometimes abuse, unfortunately, takes over. And so it's really up to us to contribute and build a safer internet together. And I can't wait to hear from you. And as I continue to work in tech now at Bisco, see how we can collaborate and work together. So thank you so much for having me, David. It's really been an amazing day.
Oh, Patricia, thank you so much. And also for your willingness to really pay it forward and be a mentor for others. I know there's a lot of interest, but also a lot of confusion about how you do some of this work. And thank you too for highlighting just how important it really is. And sometimes how it's such hard work that oftentimes is not highlighted enough, because as you well know, there's humans at the end of this. You know, AI, especially around content moderation, has never been potentially as strong as the predictions were early on. So it tends to be people like yourself that are really digging in and making these complex social decisions, because we're still dealing with people who have different decisions, especially how you even mentioned Europe. You look at a country like Germany, obviously because of their history having major differences around privacy and then other aspects with social media. So last question is, how's your mom right now? Is she happy with your career choice?
She's coming around to the idea, but every now and then she'll tell me, "Are you sure you don't want to go to Geneva and maybe join the UN now that you're getting older and you have kids of your own?" So we know, and fingers crossed, at some stage she'll see that what I'm doing is meaningful and as good as being a translator.
Good. I'm gonna have to email her and tell her you're doing such valuable work that's on par with the United Nations. So, Patricia, thank you so much for taking part with the Responsible Tech University Summit. We have all of your information in the shared document. So I'm just going to take you off screen, but again, want to thank you for taking part today. Bye. All right, for our final presentation, this is really exciting. We have Chris Kwan, who is the co-founder of the U.S. Digital Core. We've had a lot of interest in public interest technology, right? How do we better align technology with the public interest? How can we focus on areas like GovTech, civic tech, and other areas? So I'm going to bring on Chris. I want to really hear about his own story of how he's carved his career in some of the organizations that he's founded, not only U.S. Digital Core, but also Coding It Forward as a co-founder. So Chris, welcome to the Responsible Tech University Summit.
Hi there, thank you for having me.
All right, so I am going to let you take over right now. I'm going to jump off screen, and then really curious to learn about your own kind of career, your education background, some of the work that you're doing, and also how people can get involved with doing some of the great work that you're doing, building a better tech future.
Well, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Kwong, and as David mentioned, I'm one of the co-founders of the new United States Digital Core. We're a 2-year early career fellowship for technologists who are just coming out of school to take their software engineering, their data science, and other technology skills and put them to work in service of the American people. I know I'm the last to share my journey today, so I'll try to cut to the chase, but I feel like it is helpful to start just a couple of years ago. I was in a very similar position that many of you are in college, thinking about the impact that I wanted to have in the world, the interests, the things that I knew I was passionate about. And for me, just 4 or 5 years ago, that was technology, but it was also public policy. It was civic engagement. And I think for a long time, I saw those two things as mutually exclusive, that one day I would have to pick one or the other. I did not see a lot of intersections between the two. That changed when it was spring semester a couple of years ago, where I took a class called Technology and Innovation in Government. And for the first time, my eyes were open to, as David mentioned, this entire world of responsible technology, of civic technology and what so many people are calling public interest technology today. Through guest speakers and on the ground hands-on learning, I learned about organizations like the United States Digital Service or the Presidential Innovation Fellows, programs that started about 10 or so years ago to bring in mid to senior level technologists from the private sector into government to work on some of the thorniest issues. Some of you might have heard of the launch of healthcare.gov, which was supposed to sign up millions of Americans for healthcare after the Affordable Care Act was passed into law. That launch did not go as intended, and I think so many people in government learned how important technology is to implementing policy. But what was really frustrating for me as a student was that those opportunities were not accessible to someone who was still in school. I remember searching for an internship on USA Jobs, which some of you may have used personally. I put in tech internship, and I remember the only thing that had come back was an unpaid position installing basic office software. And when I had friends going off into internships in the private sector doing really exciting software engineering or product management work, the comparison of installing basic software just was not super appealing. It was an inauspicious start to my responsible technology journey, but I was lucky. I had mentors, I had classmates who were all interested in thinking about how could we increase the opportunities to people who are just starting out their career. And so together back in 2017, myself and a couple of peers, we started the nonprofit organization Coding It Forward to solve the problem that we ourselves were having, that there weren't enough internships in public interest technology. And in the last 4 years, Coding It Forward has placed over 350 technology students in 10-week summer internships at over a dozen federal agencies, and more recently, even at the state and local levels. And that was all inspired in part by the experiences that we had just starting out, that feeling of, are there opportunities for me to get involved? And so I'd say if you take one thing away from that early phase of my journey, is that opportunities today, there's so many more than I could have ever imagined just a couple of years ago. Events like this, conversations, organizations like All Tech is Human have really done a fantastic job building up the ecosystem. And I only wish that all of that existed when I was starting my journey. But continuing on, we saw that students who are coming through those internship programs were looking for full-time opportunities. They were looking for something more than just 10 weeks and dipping their toe in the water. They liked the opportunity. They felt that the work was meaningful and impactful, and they wanted to stick around. And for us, and for me, that meant thinking about how we could use the federal government to bring in more early career technologists on a more permanent basis. And so that led me to government to continue my journey and help start the United States Digital Corps. This administration, the Biden administration, in the last year or so has made clear that technology is key and that implementing policy priorities relies on technology in so many different ways. Think about the last time that you ordered food online or a package, something from the private sector. What was that experience like? Was it smooth? Was it efficient and effective? Or was it frustrating? Think about the last time you interacted with the government. Maybe it was applying for a student loan, filing your taxes, renewing your driver's license. What was that experience like? Today, in 2021, we know that so much of the public's interaction with government is mediated by technology. And after healthcare.gov and the Affordable Care Act, we've realized that we need technologists, people like you with skills in software engineering, in data science and analytics, design and cybersecurity and product management, to take your skills to think about how you can serve the American people. So like I mentioned, the Digital Core is really that next stage of my journey but I hope the first stage of so many of your journeys into responsible technology. We just closed applications for our first cycle of Digital Core Fellows. We're excited to be moving through that process right now, but in the future, we're looking to bring in hundreds, if not thousands, of early career technologists to better serve the American people. And perhaps just one piece of advice as we're reading applications, what we're looking for is just more than just people who are pure technologists. We're looking for communicators and coalition builders, people who are interdisciplinary leaders, because in the work of government, it is not enough to know how to code. It's not enough to know how to mock up a really great wireframe. The ability to translate between technical and non-technical concepts. So many of these quote unquote soft skills are just so important. And so I would say, thinking back to the beginning of my journey, what's really fascinating is, again, the number of opportunities that exist today. So if you've taken anything from the summit today, I hope it is that now is the right time to get involved, whether it's reaching out and applying to an opportunity like the Digital Core, playing the student card, and Patricia was mentioning, reaching out to people and asking them for a virtual coffee, following them on social media. Now is the time to get involved, whether in government, on your campus, at the local level, in your community. There really no time like the present, and we need all of you, because if there's one thing that we've learned, the more people we have represented, the more perspectives that we have represented at the table, the more impactful, the more equitable, the more effective our shared public interest will be. So I hope you consider getting involved in whatever way that looks. And thank you again, David and team, for having me here at the Responsible Tech University Summit.
Chris, what a powerful way to end our Responsible Tech University Summit. As you mentioned, and as I'll reiterate, right, there's no time like the president. We're all walking around with this. We see how easy it is to order a Lyft, but sometimes, as you mentioned, with the original kind of sign up for, the healthcare, that kind of showcased that how do we get the best and brightest of our generation, of all these generations, to focus on making government work better for all of us, because to your point, this really impacts people. Also loved what you said around needing translators, right? We've heard that throughout the entire time. Now been here for 6.5 hours talking about public interest technology and responsible tech. And that seems to be a common thread, is that we need people that are kind of the fuzzy and the techie that can combine some of the harder technical skills with the soft skills, the ability to communicate. So Chris, thank you for coming on today and really ending this on such a powerful note. All the information about all the great work and organizations that you're involved with are all in our shared document. So please go out and check some of the great work that Chris is doing, and then follow along as applications open up in the future. And again, let's build the future that we want. So Chris, I'm going to take you off right now, but again, thank you for coming to the summit today.
Thank you.
Okay, we've done it, everyone. That was not a joke. I've been sitting in this chair for 6.5 hours. I might need to go and shave, but what I won't need to do is get a dose of inspiration, because that's what's kept me here for the 6.5 hours, is just hearing all of these wonderful, incredible stories. All Tech is Human was really founded on this idea that we don't lack for incredible people, wonderful organizations, and groundbreaking ideas. But what we often struggle with is collaborating based on these ideas, building on the shoulders of giants. There have been years of foundational work in this area of responsible tech, but what we can really do, and what I'm kind of aiming to do in my role as the director of All Tech is Human, is to promote a culture of knowledge sharing and collaboration. So as we close out, I just want to thank each and all of you for your participation, for being here today. as Chris mentioned, now's the time to get involved. Check out our shared document. If you missed something, go back, read the notes. We've had people all throughout the day take notes for this. We're also going to be having videos as well come out. In addition, in the pipeline, we've got a lot coming with All Tech is Human. Here's what we're working on, ways for you to get involved. One, in the immediate, we currently have a working group focused on improving digital spaces. It's called the HX Working Group, and HX standing for this newer concept of the human experience. How do we better align digital spaces with ideal human experiences? This working group is 175 people all throughout the globe right now, but we'd love for you to join. You'll find all those links in our shared document. This group is going to be releasing a collaborative, community-oriented report in late January. We'll probably also have another summit in early 2022, so reach out if that's of interest on your end. In addition, we're going to have another virtual mixer. It's a lot of fun when we recently had one. We're planning on doing it the first week of January. Best way to stay in touch, connect with us on LinkedIn. I exist on LinkedIn. You can find me there. Please reach out and tell me that you kind of joined in today. Love to stay in touch with the work that you're doing as well. In addition, our newsletter comes out every 2 weeks around the people, organizations, and ideas of responsible tech. Lastly, I have been taking copious notes, right? This is a Responsible Tech University Summit, so I was trying to get my university mindset in, and that's why I was taking some great, I don't say great, but copious notes. And what we determined, thinking about everything that was discussed today, right? The commonalities were on collaboration, busting silos, and really that all tech is human, right? Is that our future has not been determined. Our future is being mediated through technology, but that technology is developed by you and I, right? If you cut me open, I'm not going to bleed a bunch of zeros and ones. I'm going to bleed blood, right? We're all human. We're all fallible. We're all influenced. We're all influencing each other. It's a complex area. This is also an area that needs all different types of disciplines involved. As we heard, the need for a interdisciplinary type of approach, a cross-sector type of understanding. And lastly, the part that I want to leave you on is that you're thinking, do I belong in the tech industry, right? Or the tech space? Tech, and oftentimes has a loaded word. My own background is as an attorney and educator, yet my entire life, every waking minute of my day is focused on tech. But I'm not a technologist, right? Tech is just affecting every aspect of how we live, love, learn, even die. It affects the human condition, how we get the news, future democracy, as mentioned earlier. That needs all different types of thinkers. It needs you, right? It needs all different perspectives that can come together. The future is not about a few thought leader type individuals. That's all well and good. But what we really need to have, and what All Tech is Human is premised on, is that these issues facing tech or mediated through tech are messy and complex. So it behooves us as a society to have the same type of complex system of not just a few people determining something that is affecting all of us. If you're impacted by technology, you should be influencing the design, development, and deployment. It's our future after all. So I like to say, no application without representation. We not only need the problem solvers, but the problem finders. And if we come together, we can hopefully build the tech future that we deserve. So thank you all, and please stay in touch with All Tech is Human. Love to hear what you thought of today's event, how we can continue to improve, how we can make valuable resources that help more people to get involved. We need more voices. We need your voice. Thank you, and have a great day.